Good afternoon and welcome back here to the 9A Bowling Club, where we are bringing you the first round of the Champion Somerset Triples. There's what's going on in front of you. There is the games, which of course we're bringing you, and the game we're bringing you, right, the two games we're bringing you now in the men's, is that of the Bay of Plenty side from the Arawa club. Scott Ivimey and his team of John Van Gruenen and Terry Connolly leading up against the Canterbury side from the Elmwood Park club, where we've got Nathan Glasson skipping Kelvin, Scott and Ricky Cook. And in the other match, it is the Foxton Beach side of the Manawatu Centre. We've got Ross Ellery skipping, Rohan Teaz as number 2, Doug Pitcher leading. And they're up against the South Canterbury side from Temuka. Sam Morton is skipping that side, Marshall Stoddart at number 2, and Greg Valentine. And so play just getting underway here, and we'll be bringing you the bowl-by-bowl action throughout the afternoon here at the wonderful 9i Club. And my thanks, of course, to Tamara, Emma, Colin, who are making sure we're bringing you this bowl-by-bowl action. Results will shortly be up in front of you as well, or on the Bowls New Zealand website. They will all be there for you to have a look at, round-by-round results, and where things are up to after completion of day 1 of section play of the men.
Still 2, that's better, mate. Dragging it through.
We've got the men's underway, Kevin, and the Arawa game v Elmwood Park. That should be really, well, both of these games, I think, should be top games. The Elmwood Park side, very, very strong combination, and it was on the first end. It was the Terry Connolly taking the mat for the Arawa club in Bay of Plenty. Strangely, I don't know now how things are with the Arawa club, but of course, in years gone by, the Arawa club in the main street of Rotorua was one of the strongholds of Bay of Plenty bowls, of course, headed by the late Sid Giddy and Kevin Aspin and others, and they certainly were one of the really, really top sides. Canterbury, of course, the Elmwood Park side is Elmwood Park has just had a whole lot of rejuvenation done to it, rebuild to it post-earthquake, and they've got a magnificent club just in between the top end of town and down towards Fendledon, and great to have I would say, one of the features, I think they're one of the feature sides, just Nathan Glasson, Kelvin, Scott, Ricky Cook event team. But in this event, though, to be fair, Kevin, form means nothing. It's just what you do on the day, isn't it?
It certainly does. But you are right, Kevin. The Elmwood Park side have a very, very competent group together for this championship triples. But equally so, the Arawa club from, you say, Rotorua, they've obviously earned the right to be here, so they'll be competitive. On the other side, on ring 2 with the Foxton Beach, they've had some issues to deal with this year with their clubhouse being burnt down, ravaged by fire, and to get a championship team to get into this competition, and their women also have made the grade to come here for this weekend's event, playing against Temuka, a small country side out of South Canterbury. So looking for some great games. Both these games should be high quality bowls.
Yeah, I agree. Should be given, and already I've got a hat award, and I'll show it to you in but a moment, in the Foxton Beach Temuka game. And here on the mat with those very splendid black and white shirts, which the South Canterbury side from the Temuka club have got, and with Greg Valentine leading with the orange bowls, and Doug Pitcher leading for the Foxton Beach side. And I'm going to award him very early on in this event. The camera will see in but a moment. He wins the award for the best indoor hat. Because, boy, that's a multi-size, that's a big brim.
Do you think he's going to get sunburnt inside the stadium?
Boy, there's going to have to be some change of climatic environment. Certainly a big hat. And there, of course, is the Arawa scoring a 4 on the very first end here against this Elmwood Park side. A good start for the team from Rotorua. Scott Ivimey, been around the scene for a long time. Of course, not to be sort of the voice from the Cantabrians. They'll just sort of get into their work. They're a very good side. We know that. Kelvin Scott, of course, former New Zealand player, New Zealand title holder. And they need no introduction. As we see this bowler, Scott, drawing right to the front of the jack. There it is, sitting right on top. Good bowl there from Kelvin Scott.
Showing all his class early in this game. Playing at number 2 for the Elmwood Park side. Nice little touch of there to keep his team with the shot at the moment.
Johan van Gruenen will follow the Kelvin Scott bowl. It's on a good line as well as it breaks its way in towards the shot bowls. It got the weight to get all the way. There's a great bowl from the, just all but got a touch on the jack on the way past.
Another good delivery though, just over the head. The skip will be pleased with that.
And I'm going to award very early on the shirts of the tournament to the guys from Temuka, and they're very colourful black and white, and the black and white bowls as well. They're from the Temuka number 2, matching their shirts.
Second shot from Kelvin Scott coming down, showing the class of this bowler, riding close to the kitty. He holds 2 shots currently.
And of course Kelvin Scott will be seen later on this year. He will be representing New Zealand in the champion singles to be played in Christchurch after he won the New Zealand singles earlier on this year, and he's going to have to be told to move. Is Kelvin Scott. He's finally very quickly got the message and moved out of the line, and now on the mat is the skip from the Arawa club in Rotorua. Very fixed, determined look. Scott Ivimey on the forehand with the black bowls and the blue bowling shoes. Sam Morton on the mat on the other next ring. So 2 down on the head is the side from Arawa and Rotorua. Just question how wide that's going to be, how far it'll come back. It's got good weight to the jack. We'll just go by, just slightly run by. And as we see now, Nathan Glasson, who won the award last year for Bowls Canterbury, I think he won the Male Bowler of the Year, had an exceptional year last year, did the former New Zealand age group player. And certainly very, very accomplished player in the Canterbury area. On the forehand is Glasson. And Kelvin Scott looking closely as it breaks towards the head, coaxing the bowl in towards that V line, towards the jack. Not going to do so. At the end of this head, I'll give you some updates from the woman as well. So calling to the skip, Scott Ivimey, to try and just be interesting to see actually, Kevin, whether he can actually get that draw around that bowl of Nathan Glasson's bowl, whether it'll come all the way back. I'm not sure whether it'll come all the way back to the centre line. Can you see the bowl out in front? Just makes that draw down towards the jack, as one would think, a wee bit tighter, and there, just in behind, and was more than likely a big challenge. Had to have that weight on to get to there. So can Glasson reclaim 3 of the 4? They dropped a 4 on the first end, as we said. Now trying to get 3 of those shots back. Kelvin Scott's pretty keen on this one, as it's how's the weight. Has it got another yard of weight on his first? Don't think it has. Trying to get past. No, it won't get past.
Two shots clearly though there to the Elmwood Park team.
I just want to quickly quicken this Foxton match. I just heard a number called 5 called out. So we'll see in but a moment. We'll just see whether it was the boys from Temuka. Classy shirts, aren't they?
Oh, they certainly are.
The black and whites.
Almost from Victorian era. It looked like a Victorian building. They were made in a similar sort of stripe and up and across.
They've got the mat, and I just thought I heard someone. There it is. 6-0.
6-0 for the Temuka club. What a great start for them in this competition.
So just quickly around the women, I can tell you in the round that's just been completed, Joe Edwards and Nelson defeated Christine Avery of Foxton Beach. Catherine Insor of Pataruru in the Waikato defeated Linda Swainson of Onirahi. Elaine Johns of Paraparam defeated Dot Keppel of the Blenheim Club of Marlborough. Tania Wheeler of Martinborough defeated Heather Leyland of Havelock North. Raywin Willis of Mount Maunganui defeated Diane Patterson. Of course, he won the pairs last week, defeated Patterson in that round. Christine Dalzell of Orewa, as we know, defeated Jean Stratford of Waihope in Invercargill. Nina Van Munich of Victoria and Wellington defeated Jessie McCaw from Tairua in the Thames. Karen Hema of the side of Lisa Bordeaux and Linda Rell defeated the Queenstown combination of Margaret O'Connor. Now that's 2 losses that O'Connor's had, so I can tell you quickly of where we're at after the women have played 3 rounds. Well, Joe Edwards has won 3 from 3, as is Nina de Munich of Victoria in Wellington. Linda Swainson has won 2 from 3, as has the side from Woolston Park. Debbie Sanson has won. She's had 2 from 2. Remember, they would have had a bye round. Karen Hema from Carlton and Auckland also won 2 from 2 because they've had a bye round as well. And then the Waihope side, they have won 2 from 2. That's a game we had in the last round. Diane Patterson of now, really from there down on, if I look at that quickly there, Kelvin, there's not going to be many qualifiers because at Team 7 have won 1 from 3, 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 1 from 3. So we come down here to right down to the Buckland side, where they have won 1 and lost 1, as has the Tania Wheeler side from Martinborough, the Harrison side from Orewa, Barbara Archer from Tyree, they've won 1. So there is a few sides that are already through, but I don't think we're going to see many make their way through in post-section play of the women's, as they will play 2 further rounds tomorrow. So Ricky Cook is playing now. Elmwood Park trailing Arawa 4-2. You see that big swing on that hand.
How far short was I?
So that was the ball of Johan van Gruenen, and he actually is holding shot currently for his Arawa team. So Kelvin Scott is the number 2 for the Elmwood Park. It's about to deliver.
One thing you don't normally like doing there, Kevin, is giving Kelvin Scott a meter to draw the shot on the forehand. Is the former New Zealand player, current New Zealand singles title holder. Here it is coming down towards the jack now. Needs to get inside these bowls. Gets inside, would sit on the bowl. No, it doesn't. Slides through. Jack level weight. And 6-0 after 3 ends. The Temuka side, by goodness, they've jumped out of the gates really strongly. As we see the Rotorua man, Johan van Gruenen again. It's on a good line out there, Kevin. That looks, how's the weight though?
He's currently holding shot, and
that's certainly the line of where they come from. And it may well be.
Yeah, I think if you cut the bowls tighter.
Could well be 2 shots there to the Arawa side.
Deceiving.
Scott's bowl was just out to the right.
But what is deceiving is the back bowl there.
Exactly, yes.
But that also is an Arawa bowl, isn't it? It's got the black. They've got the white sticker on theirs. No, they've got the black sticker. So yep. Nathan Glasson on the mat, the man from Elmwood Park. New Zealand age group player, been in the Canterbury scene, Canterbury side for a long, long time. On the forehand, that lovely smooth delivery comes up at the delivery point. How far is this going to come back? Certainly got it out on a good wider arch to Glasson.
Very good, mate.
And there it is. You'll see that. It's got a beautiful break towards the jack, hasn't it? Look at that. Front toucher. Now, that ball came in literally, I would say, close to 2 metres outside the jack line.
Yeah, it certainly came almost square back to the kitty, but he certainly got the right line and weight there on that delivery, and as all good skips should, he delivered when he needed to.
So Scott Ivimey endeavouring to get a touch onto the shot bowl, because the jack would immediately, I don't know what will happen, but it would, from the line that we saw, would just roll out or get pushed out to where there's two Arawa bowls sitting out to the side of the head. Question, looks to be under the line though, needs to, it's going to duck under the line. Important here now though for the Canterbury side that they get a bowl. I wouldn't be surprised to see Scott call for a change of hand here and try and get down in amongst that danger area. Drawing the
draw another shot.
Oh yeah, draw another shot. That's I'm confident. So that touch shot is on, but to be fair, Kevin, you know, Scott Ivimey's got to get that line exactly right, doesn't he, to get to that shot bowl. Here's Glasson again, very much right out on that wider side. And needs to get past the front bowl, inside the front bowl. If he does, he'll be in that same area. Not going to do so. The call was from Kelvin Scott that he was right on it. So big bowl here early on in this game for the Rotorua play. There's a chance out there, isn't there? Gets that tap onto the front bowl. That's it. Their bowls that are there. Another end completed.
Concentration though as he lines up.
Sure is.
His shot.
Another scoring end to the Temuka side. See their lead. The Temuka lead from South Canterbury. Greg Valentine has got the mat. So interesting. Change of hand here from Scott Ivimey trying to reach the bowl out of the head. I'd have thought a more challenging shot to get to, really, that to get into a scoring position.
Second shot, though, that's perhaps what he was trying to do. It was a very difficult shot to ping out with the way the green is playing, as you know, and some bowls have come wide and deep, and some have cut across the head, so it's very difficult to get two consistent bowls, it seems.
Well, Nathan Glasson couldn't do any more because he had no bowls left, so, you know, I see Sheldon Bagrie-Howley out here. He must be in action, perhaps in this next round, the Southlanders. So, Jack's been delivered. And here the Foxton Beach trailing Temuka 6-0. Great start by the team from South Canterbury. And Doug Pitcher the lead now for the man number 2 side from Foxton Beach. And he's got the bowl out on a good line. How far is this going to come back? And coming back, but will they just go past the Greg Valentine bowl? That's the orange bowl. Good opening bowl here from Ricky Cook. Just going to sit in behind the jack. So on the backhand is the lead, the South Canterbury lead, Greg Valentine. We'll see whether this bowl breaks towards the jack or not. And that's another good bowl from the Temuka player. Just going to sit over the jack. Early bowl pressure straight away from the South Canterbury side, really, here, Kevin.
Oh, they're ahead 6 points to 0 on the scoreboard, but they're certainly, you know, making it a rush. You know, the Foxton Beach team have to get the game in order soon.
Well, first bowl pressure is what, you know, so often is what makes
pressure.
such a big difference. There's a first bowl here from Doug Pitcher. It just has got the weight to get all the way down. Certainly was on a good line, getting applause from the skip. It's right out in front of us here. I can't quite see the distance to the jack. So number 2 here, Marshall Stoddart, with the matching shirt and bowls, would you say?
Oh, it's the Jess, you're right. They're black and white bowls, black and white striped shirt.
And he's got this bowl out on that wider arc, and, you know, sure, it may be a wee bit wide, but you do know that if you do get out on the wider side, you're going to come home to the jack, not run away from the jack, which of course is the danger, isn't it, with your under the line. So Rohan Teaz now, number 2 for the man number 2 side from Foxton Beach. And as Kevin rightly said but a few moments ago, they've gone through a real challenging post-fire environment, has the Foxton Beach Club, and it's great to see some of the clubs, and this one here, Nainai and others, who have certainly rolled their sleeves up and embarked upon some really great fundraising ventures for these hit by that drastic fire which hit Foxton Beach. A better line here, different line from Rohan Teaz. This looks more the line, Kevin, as it breaks down towards the centre line, the jack. How far is it going to run? Going to come in behind the jack. That's a very good ball from the Temuka number 2. And the great thing why I love commentating is, well, anywhere, it doesn't really matter, but when you can see the natural arc that you'll get out of the bowls, if you take the green, you're certainly going to, you'll get rewarded. So what is Marshall, the number 2 here, what's he going to do here? And he's going to finish low and under. Marshall Stoddart, drawn one right on top, let's change over, and I'm picking that will more than likely see Sam Morton, and he can count, is get down past to match where those bowls are for any trail of the jack. certainly favours the team from Manawatu.
And as you said earlier, Kev, the Foxton Beach, club had a very serious fire, but the 9A club and other clubs in the community of the Manawatu, especially in Wellington regions, as you said, pitched in and have helped fund them getting back on their feet. And it's notable that the Foxton Beach team have women also in this championship event
both here
this weekend. Yeah.
So here is Ricky Cook on the back end, and as we thought, Kevin trying to get to that trail on the outside there, needs to just come past his front bowl clean. He won't do so. He's going to, in fact, he might. Well, as it's turned out, a wee bit fortuitously, it's tightened that line up on that hand to actually get straight to the jack. You'd have to come fairly quick to get to the jack, and the shot he's having to play now is Ross Ellery is a harder shot than what was there before. Ross Ellery going down in post-section play in a real clincher last weekend in the singles down in Dunedin. Here is Ellery, well-performed Manawatu player for a number of years on the backhand. Trying to get, hard to get to that scoring position though, Kevin, to try and get round the front bowl. Got a touch on the outside, and that's the bowl, I'm sure. That's the bowl that Ricky Cook needs to get to just draw inside that last bowl, that bowl of Ross Ellery's. So here's Morton on the backhand. So how far is this coming back? There's a good bowl here from Sam Morton coming back towards the centre now. Just needs to stop now and will do so right in that jack line.
They should be holding 2 shots, Kev.
And I think also are the Canterbury boys as well. As we see Scott Ivimey trying to get down to these bowls on the backhand. So definitely see a Kelvin Scott bowl there. How far is this going to come back? It's on a good line. Trying hard here is the Arawa skip. There's a sterling attempt here. What a magnificent attempt there.
Certainly was. You can see that he gave it a little bit extra weight to try to draw through the shot.
Just to hold up a wee bit and get to the bowl. Now Ellery now on the forehand, playing with weight to try and get down to the reduce. Not going to do so. Well, that might bring that front bowler Ricky Cooks in now. We'll see. This could be. Yeah, that could have been. I'll put in the tape on. There's definitely 2 there to the South Canterbury side for sure.
Temuka, the white stickers.
3 it is.
3.
Well, there's a 10-0 lead. What a jump.
Certainly a good result for the
What a start. Ricky Cook right on the jack, just slipping past.
Temuka region known for their salmon fishing and pottery and angling, and they're certainly angling for a good result here, and there's nothing potty about the way they're playing this game.
Certainly are. And of course, South Canterbury, the home of one of the icons of New Zealand motor racing, and what a great guy to play bowls against, Leo Leonard, of course. And I was talking about Leo this morning, in fact, because one of Leo's relatives played last week in the women's champion. Well, I get the weeks confused, but one of the events. But the Leonard name is just it's a legendary part of South Canterbury. Here is on the mat is the lead for Sam Morton, and he's Greg Valentine. He's getting it. Well, I think one of the key things is very early, Kevin, is their lead. Greg Valentine is getting on the head early.
Yeah, the Orange Bowls are finding their way to the kitty early in this game, and it's giving his Temuka side a very good start.
Well, puts pressure
on the scoreboard. The pressure once
again on Doug Pitcher straight away, doesn't it? All right.
Doug Pitcher's got all the pressure.
2 opening bowls here, pretty good opening bowls here from Terry Connolly, the lead for the Arawa side. 1 in front, 1 just below. Ricky Cook's bowls are a wee bit wayward. Kelvin Scott, the man that I would call Mr. Reliable on the draw. And he's been drawing them for a number of years, and by goodness, he's one of the most, I would say, consistent draw players going around. And here we see now the orange bowl again. That's what we're talking about, Kevin, isn't it? That's that consistency in and around the jack.
Two good bowls, and he's doing his job for the Temuka side.
So on the mat, Johan van Gruenen, and certainly the team from Arawa holding, I would say, 2 shots at present. This is under the line. Important here that Kelvin Scott had pretty good weight with his first bowl, but just was more than likely a wee bit generous with his line, as we see the bowl of Doug Pitchers just comes slightly lower. The jack quickly into his work is Martin Stoddart. They tell me that the bowls are actually white and black. But to me, from our view, they look black and white to me. So has Kelvin Scott. Is he going to draw in between these 2 bowls and draw shot? Trying to get to slow down. There it is. There's the Scott bowl. And that will be shot. I would think, well, if it's not shot, it's only 1 down anyway. Another close by, handy bowl from the South Canterbury number 2, Marshall Stoddart. And now Johan van Gruenen in the other rink. We're all over the place on this split screen. And how far is this bowl going to run by? Sits outside the bowls. The problem's quickly coming for the Manawatu 2 side is if you look already, the Temuka side are getting bowls on both sides of the head.
Yes, they are. Both sides of the kitty.
And in 2-bowl triples, that makes it very,
you've covered both sides. And
very challenging to get good heads. And this looks a pretty good bowl coming here as well from Marshall Stoddart. And getting applause from the skip as it breaks towards the head. Now get out of that.
Oh, great bowl. They've had some good heads, the Temuka Foxton Beach game.
So the issue, I suppose, that I'm going to ask you now, Kevin, is that the situation for the Manawatu side. You know, do you play defensive? Do you play defensive to cut the count, or do you play defensive to try and score? Because this is a predicament they get into very quickly.
Oh, Glass.
They change over. Haven't got a bowl. Sadly, the Foxton Beach side haven't got a bowl really within a metre, have they?
No.
And
no, they haven't. And the pressure's on the Foxton Beach skip to try and address that.
Now, quickly here, the boys from the West Coast and the Cobden Club, they're leading their game against Upper Hutt 5-3. That's the Cobden boys from the West Coast. Waihi Beach up against the Paratutu side. Very strong Paratutu side. I still think they'll be there when the bells are ringing. Waihi Beach leading 3-2 after 4. The Tolaga Bay side from way over there on the East Coast. Vern Marshall skipping that side. They're leading Martinborough of the Wairarapa 6-2 after 3. The Awamoa side from Central, they're leading 5-2 over Helensville. That's the Bart Robinson skip side. There's another big pressure mounting here now, isn't it, Kevin? Where do you go?
Where indeed. There's at least 4 of the Temuka's bowls around the kitty.
So where can, sadly at this, where can
Ross Ellery's forced to, I think, have a bit of a run here.
Yeah, you can. Got to try and get contact, don't you? He's riding this bowl on the way through, but it's going to get caught on the front. This now early on this game, this is huge pressure now for the for the Foxton Beach side, and really what they're saying there, the boys from South Canterbury, draw away, go for your life, that. And Ricky Cook's just drawn in behind the jack, of course, with his first. There he is again. Looks to have cut his line though, and he has with this one. So one could say a bit of breathing for the team from Paraparam, and there's nothing on. I don't know if there's a bowl deep down. They're looking there. Is there a bowl? No.
And the Arawa team have taken out 2 bowls. They've already got 2 shots at the moment as they measure for the third on the split screen on the left as you view it. They're measuring for the third here. Johan van Gruenen is on his knees measuring this. 2 shots have been taken out. 2 bowls
this is
have
a
been
good
taken
bowl
out.
here. Well played from the man of a 2 man. They didn't score off it, but what it has done though, Kevin, has made a difference because they had nowhere to go, did they really? There's 2, 3. You would think the front bowl on that line.
5, mate.
Yep,
5. 15-0.
Oh, 15-0 for the Temuka side. What a great performance they're putting on, and deservedly ahead in their game against the Foxton and Beach Club.
And Arawa now leading Elmwood Park 6-5. Arawa Park back to the other games. Forbury Park of Dunedin. They, after 4 ends, they're leading the Wanganui side 5-2, to Forbury Park. And in the last match, that Kerry up against the Dean Drummond Hastings side, there's 4 ends gone, and it's 5-3 to Kerry. Remembering having to win 3 games to qualify for post-section play. And of course, my thanks here to Tamara, Colin, Emma, who are bringing us all this live coverage, and of course Stephen Beale and Chris Lander out on the floor doing all the work, bringing you all of this live coverage. So Jack's been delivered, and well, it would take a miracle for the Foxton Beach side. I know it sounds unfair after we're only playing the 16, but it's about, they just seem to be able to get bowls around the head, don't they? They
Ricky Cook coming in here for the Elmwood Park side with a very good first delivery. There's Terry Connolly with the blue bowl. He's playing with a blue set of bowls. He's about to come on his backhand.
Leading 6-5 is the Arawa side on the backhand. How's the weight to get all the way down? More than likely will just miss a metre of weight. Ricky Cook now, former West Coaster himself, on the mat, on the forehand. Of course, also featured in the Champion to Champion singles as well. With the strength of Canterbury, to be fair, Kevin, to win 2 Canterbury titles in the 1 year in anybody's account is a pretty good season, really.
Oh, the Canterbury region and the clubs within it are very, very strong, and they are showing whenever they come to national tournaments they've got capable and quality players, as we're seeing already in this match this afternoon. Are ahead in this particular match, but you can't count out the Elmwood Park team at any stage.
Oh, only one the difference. It's 0-all, really, isn't it? You know, good bowl here though from Johan van Gruenen, who's just drawn over the head. And we very quickly see between both of these 2 teams, and it's reflected in the scoreboard, isn't it, that they're both getting consistency in their drawing play, and that, of course, very quickly starts to make a difference. So we've got men's, of course, today. Good bowl here, though, from Kelvin Scott. This is going to run towards the jack, does do so. Sits at about 7 o'clock, jack low.
He's just got such a great delivery, very relaxed, and he quickly can pick the line and the weight for whatever length the jack is set, so he's playing very good bowls.
Well, he's done, you know, to be fair, he's been Johan van Gruenen, not quite going to get to the jack. To be fair, Kelvin's been many years, one would deem as perhaps slightly unlucky that he hasn't had the opportunity to get some chances for New Zealand, because if you're talking about Mr. Consistency on the draw, Kelvin Scott has done that for many years, and is just is a draw player, and that's what he likes doing, and he's very good at it. You know, Nathan Glasson applauding this second bowl and in behind the jack, and this is where very quickly at the pressure in these short inversions, 2 bowl triples. It's about effective bowls, isn't it? Is what gives you the, it keeps you alive or shuts the gate on you.
Well, especially in the number 2 position, if you've got a great draw bowler you know, you've got an asset to your team, especially if you're number one, your lead has just not been able to quite get there. So he's actually doing all the damage at the moment.
Oh, Foxton Beach looking as though they've got a chance of opening their account here. That's the Leeds bowl that's sitting there for a shot there, Doug Pitcher. Now what can Scott Ivimey do here? Needs to come all the way back. He's trying hard to get all the way back. He's getting right applause on the way. Oh, desperately unlucky, really. Got the jack.
Yeah,
Head did
unlucky.
draw away. I'm sure we'll see Glasson now. He'll endeavour to get out to where that black bowl is, holding the shot. And, you know, Nathan Glasson, very was runner-up in the New Zealand Pairs a couple of years ago. So, very accomplished player. Not just in Canterbury, but in the whole New Zealand scene. On the back end now is Nathan Glasson. Good, nice, smooth delivery. Stays down.
Very smooth delivery.
Head
Stayed
comes
down
up,
over the
arm
bowl.
out there, and will be duly rewarded, because here it comes, back towards the centre line, back towards the jack. And, you know,
Excellent bowl. Excellent delivery. Great result.
well, that's, you know, it's like being a top golfer, isn't it, Kevin? If you have consistency in your swing, your body position stays the same all the time, you're not sort of like falling over or leaning over or whatever. You're holding that position on all the time. Your consistency ratio is going to be, you know, that much higher, isn't it?
Well, he has great rhythm, great tempo. It's just a smooth delivery coming off his hand, and he's picked the weight and the line correctly, and he's getting a great result every time. Very, very consistent, but obviously from years of practice and playing in amongst some good players in the Canterbury region.
Well, of course, the other thing which it does as well, if you're Steve, you're right, Steve. What it also does as well, if you're the opposition, it's really what weight do I play, what line do I play to try and get some consistency. Trying to get to the jack was someone's going to have to tell Kelvin Scott he's going to have to start moving a wee bit around off the head.
Same bowl. Yep, same bowl.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game, and if you've got a team of consistent bowlers who can repeat every end after every end, occasionally a few loose ends, you've got a great chance of winning the contest.
I think the good thing about this Christchurch side, not knowing a lot about the other side, but a very good thing about them is like Nathan Glasson and Kelvin Scott play at the back end of the side, but they're predominantly draw players.
Yes,
You know,
indeed.
they're not head rushers, they're not bangers, they're predominantly draw players, and you know that's really what you're looking for, aren't you? So here's Glasson trying to get inside the black bowl and get a flip,
Down.
And he
get a
has.
half,
Get down.
falls over. Well, well, it's a bit. See there again. If you have a look at that head, Kevin, they hit three bowls in around
Yes,
that.
the hill bowls around the head. The
Yeah.
options were there to get a slide. There was no rush of blood to the head. You didn't have to try and poke bowls out of the head. It was just nice drawing to the head.
Now I can see the Temuka side. They've scored again on the 15. I'm not sure what they scored on that. We'll try and get an idea in about a moment. There, just the one. It is now 16-0. And I've been impressed at this early stages of the leading of Greg Valentine, because he's consistently getting the bowl in around the head. So, well, that scoreboard to change in the Glasson game, just changing now, and it is 5 apiece now, 5 all. Well, I'm just looking at the scoreboard down in front of us here, and just see whether I can confirm that score on their board.
Ricky Cook with his first delivery on the forehand. Just a metre or so to the right of the kitty. Terry Connolly trying to better or match that bowl as the lead bowler for the Arawa Park team. He's a study of concentration.
Well, that board's saying, yeah, it's right now, 6 apiece. The scoreboard is saying 6 apiece. So again, if we look at the boys from Temuka, certainly getting ownership of the jack and behind the head very early on.
Well, they've played very well and deservedly ahead, 16 points to 0. They've just dominated the head every end we've had, with some very good consistent bowls, especially from their lead, Greg Valentine.
Yeah, he's sort of started the head off each time well, hasn't he?
Well, the platform gets set with your lead, doesn't it? If the lead can be there, it puts the less pressure onto the number 2 and the skip, and they all just follow through. Confidence builds as the ends develop.
Well, another thing which the challenge comes about as well, Kevin, is that the bowls, the 2 bowls there from Greg Valentine are over the head, yes, whereas the Doug Pitcher bowls are below the head. So it's about how you can create, get the head to be effective for you. Even if you are down on the head, at least if you've got bowls in behind the head, it just gives you that chance.
Yeah, I think your point is very valid. If you get bowls over the head, that's a good bowl, no matter how far over. And on these rinks, a metre over is a good bowl. And as you say, Greg Valentine has done that in every end so far. Well,
one thing is, Kevin, is on the carpet, the jack moves differently to what it does outside. So you've got to be literally searching for the jack to get that 6-9 inches of movement onto the jack. And you watch the players like Joe Edwards and co, and it's what Kelvin Scott be much the same, where they can reach on the draw.
Yes. And
they're through so they're not going to, or very seldom percentage-wise, be falling short because they're playing to
they're playing through the head.
Yeah, they're playing through, and not going.
I understand.
So they bowl from.
I think your point is valid. Rather than drawing to the head, they're drawing for the head, or drawing at the head slightly. Just a slightly different angle as it approaches the head or the kitty.
So what can Rohan Teaz do here to try and, with the yellow bowls, try to, get to the shot bowls? A good attempt here. Get to the leads bowls, going to do so, and not sure, tipped it out, not in. So Nathan Glasson trying to urge the Kelvin Scott bowl in towards the shot bowl, and just going to go by as the shot bowl, in fact, is the bowl of Johan van Gruenen.
Yeah, they're both bowling with white bowls.
It's those discs that
tells us.
So just so as you know, they're watching, the black disc belongs to the Arawa side, and the white sticker belongs to the Elmwood Park side. So just that slight, although the same colours, just that slight difference. That's more than likely 2, I would say. And Nathan Glasson will be playing on that draw just to endeavour to get to that shot bowl, touch on the jack, and there sitting neatly in behind it, of course, is the bowl of Kelvin Scott that just went by. And we'll see whether Kelvin Scott listened to. So here is Nathan Glasson now on his forehand, trying to get down to the shot bowl or jack. Looks as it might be slightly under the line, would need the back of the jack. That's fine, though. He sits in amongst those bowls. That's all good. So here we've got trying to get to the jack is Ross Ellery. I think he'd be just the one down, I would say, to the orange bowl, the Leeds bowl of I would say the Leeds bowl of Greg Valentine's would be holding shot. So here is not wide enough. You heard that very quickly. Scott just trying to hold up. See,
just running by.
Well, the art of playing on the carpet is, and this is always 2 bowls wider of where that sits adjacent to the jack, right? Because if you don't do that to get that last 4 to 5 foot pull in towards the jack, your last 4 or 5, if you're drawing towards the head, your last few feet, it's going to run the other way. Now you watch this bowl here of Glasson's. He's got it out on the wider side to work towards the centre line. If he had the weight, he was going to be fine. So really now, if he wants to dislodge this, well, he doesn't want to dislodge anything. He's got the shot. And there rightly is Johan van Gruenen saying around the front bowl, because there's no doubt on the carpet you can do that with confidence.
Yeah, the bowls seem to be coming home, well, and you can get around the wing bowls. One or two of those short bowls there don't create too much of a problem. Most of these bowlers here have been able to draw around the wing bowls that we see.
Well, all the top indoor, the carpet players in the UK, etc., they'll all tell you is, never look at the jacks where your line is. You always got to be looking at firstly what your breaking point to be,
Yes.
and that you're always, unless you're playing with weight, that you're outside that line, because you'll pay for it in the last 6 feet of the bowl, because it will just disappear under the head, as it will on grass and Cockerill on good greens as well. Out on the wider side here is the Scott Ivimey, how's working its way back. Is it going to get past? This is well played from the Patararoo player. Great effort, all right. It's still the white bowler Kelvin Scott. So it was a great attempt to try and.
Oh, there have been some great heads. Both of these teams have had some very good bowls around the head, and it's a very competitive match. Elmwood Park going ahead 7 points to 6. 7 ends have been played, but she's a tight contest.
So in the other match, the Foxton Beach v Temuka match, it's the Temuka side, and again there's that orange bowl, and that's sure, it's 17-0 now, but that's what's doing the damage.
Oh, certainly he's played very well as the lead, and you'd expect the lead in a championship triple team to do his part, and he's done a very good job so far in the ends. We've had 8 ends. He's been thereabouts every end. And it's put the pressure on the Foxton Beach lead.
There you can see a case of trying to steer the bowl to the, whereas the line is to see where that breaking point is. That's your line. Now, straight away, the lead, Greg Valentine, straight away knows where that line is. It'll now work. It'll now do its own thing. Back towards the jack. Toucher.
Great delivery and great result. But you are right, Kev. He's taking enough width with enough weight to let the bowl do its natural course that'll come into the kitty.
Well, you earn the last 6 feet by the green you take.
Yes, good point.
It's just you do. You earn it. You earn it. If you don't take it, you lose it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just going to see it again here.
Yeah, under the line. Yeah, not a very good bowl from the lead for the Foxton Beach Club. He won't be happy with that.
Well, you're fortunate down in Taranaki, and it's great to hear he's back in the fold. One of the greatest bowls coaches that I ever had the pleasure of playing with, against, alongside, and being coached by was Johnny Murder. And and I'm talking about when we were playing on greens of a different texture to what we're playing on now, and a different speed to what we're playing on now. But there's one thing that John Murder and Dave Baldwin in those great days at Paratutu taught me, is that the art of taking green, and getting that body position facing. Now if you're looking now, you'll see here with Kelvin Scott's a wee bit difficult to determine on the mat, but you see he's out, so is that the arc. You're going to get the arc pretty well, and that's John Murder was an advocate, absolute advocate, that you put the bowl out there, you get it on that right line, and then you'll be rewarded. You'll deserve for your bowl to come back. Put it inside the line, you don't deserve anything. Yeah,
he's a great man, John Murder. I've had many chats with John Murder over the years, and you're right, he said that to me as well in a bowling sense. And he keeps the game very simple. It's not a very difficult game, he would say to you, and you just get the line and the weight and just let it happen and relax.
Yeah, well, Johnny, in my view, was one of the best number 2s ever to play for New Zealand. He was, and more than likely, didn't play as many games for New Zealand as he should have. But certainly was outstanding, and his record in Taranaki speaks for its own. So here's the Scott bowl now. It's going to be rewarded. You see that and I'm one of those purists, I suppose you could say, Kevin, where I still like to see that bowl travelling that last 6 feet on the dead draw weight in towards the jack, because that's what the art of the game really is.
And you're so right, it is an art and it's a skill, and we're seeing great evidence of this in both these matches this afternoon.
Sue Waite just in here, who will shortly, I thought I'll check, when do you fly out? Leaves New Zealand on the 25th as part of the officials in the umpiring environment for the Commonwealth Games in the UK. Great stalwart of the game, does a mammoth amount of work. I think now chairman of Bowls Wellington, and she's a real worker for the sport. So again, it's the Cantabs that are holding the shot, just leading by the one shot, and he is well played, Ross Ellery. He'll be happy with that.
He certainly will be, because that's given him the shot. They're 17-0 down on the scoreboard, and he's taken the shot ball away from Greg Valentine from the Temuka club.
So he'll be delighted with that. Nathan Glasson on the mat, trying to draw down to the counting bowl of Kelvin Scott. Ricky Cook's in the road now. Breaking.
A couple of metres through.
Just, has it got the weight to get up and count? I don't think so, but holding shot. Sam Morton now going to endeavour to try and reach that shot bowl, turn it through the head. Real deliberate look from Cook. Needs to get under the head now, or just collect one of the orange bowls. Doesn't want to collect it too hard, because that's a yellow opposing bowl out to the side. So here is Scott Ivimey now trying to get another bolt on the head. And has it got the weight to get in front of these bowls? That'll be a good bowl if it gets in front. Needed that fortuitous slide just to sit underneath the bowls.
You either draw or you're looking for the bowls worth two more.
Bowls worth two more, because you can see there's a Ricky Cook bowl sitting in behind.
Yeah, just draw, mate.
So you see that you'll hear the sensible call from Kelvin Scott. Just draw. If you get to the jack, you're just saying if you play a metre through, it's absolutely fine. Out comes the measure, looking for two now in that South Canterbury Temuka game. So here's Foxton Beach game. Sorry, so here's Nathan Glasson. Doesn't like that. Narrow on the line. Three it was. So 17-3 now. It is the Temuka side of South Canterbury leading the Foxton Beach side. That's the Foxton Beach side, skipped by Ross Ellery along with Rohan Teaz and Doug Pitcher, up against the South Canterbury side of Sam Morton, Marshall Stoddart and Greg Valentine. And in our other match, where it is 7-6 to the Cantabrians, the Elmwood Park side of Nathan Glasson skipping, Kelvin Scott at 2, and Ricky Cook leading up against the Bay of Plenty side from the Arawa club. The Scott Ivimey skipping, Johan van Gruenen at number 2, and Terry Connolly leading. And this bowl is going to hold up long enough to sit inside for 2. Or is it going to get the gap, sits inside? That surely must, just the one? Is that the call?
Just the one, I believe.
So the maroon, the bowl of Ricky Cook's, which is behind the head, then must well have been second shot. Didn't look like it on that camera angle.
Confidence boost though for the Foxton and Beach side by getting 3 shots on that last end, Kev. 17 points to 3. They're in this game. 9 ends have gone by, but you know it's going to be a tough ask. But it was great to get themselves some points on the board.
So play will continue today, of course, with the men's champion and champion triples. Then tomorrow, of course, we've got the last segments of the section play, both the women and men. And then on Sunday morning, we'll be live, of course, with post-section play right through to the final, having to win 3 to qualify. And just so as you know, and here's an update from around the boards, Ricky Cook just draws alongside the jack. So here's a quick update. The guys from Cobden on the west coast leading the upper hut combination. It is Cobden, the 7 ends gone. That are leading 7-6. Paratutu up against Waihi Beach, and it's the Hamish Kapi skip side, and 8 ends gone, and the Paratutu boys over Waihi Beach are leading 7 shots to 5. Tolaga Bay at Vern Marshall over on the east coast, they're up against the Martinborough side, and it's the Tolaga Bay side that are leading by 9 shots to 2. All locked up in the Helensville Amaho Bowl game. That's in Central, 7 apiece after 8 ends. in that match. Forbury Park, the Dunedin side, up against the Wanganui side. That's the Clint Park skip side, and it is the Forbury Park side after 8 ends who are leading 12-6. And here's the big surprise early on in this that I regard as that one of the really top teams to beat, that being the Hastings side, the Dean Drummond skip side. They're up against the Kerry side, and it is the Kerry after 8 ends who are leading 11 shots to 6.
As we know in bowls, Kev, you know, any team can beat any other team on the day, and depends how the players gel together and play the shots. And it's good that it should be like that too, because it means everybody's on their toes and they have to deliver their best bowls.
Well, it's my great skip that I was fortunate enough to play with in Australia for 5 years. The late Dennis Dalton, who represented Australia for a number of years, his statement always was form is last week's results. Because once you start enough, doesn't mean anything.
That's right, and you know, when you step on the rink, it doesn't matter what the name or the reputation of the player is. He or she, depending on whether it's men or women's events or mixed, they still have to do the job, so it's on the day, it's your focus and how you deliver the bowl and what you see around the head and how your team gels.
Well, it's really Kevin, it's one of the great things about this sport, whereby, you know, the 36 handicapper can go out and play the scratch handicapper, can't they, and enjoy it and get a result, because at the end of the day, you've each got either 2 or 3 bowls, and whoever gets closest to the jack wins, and whoever gets closest to the jack the most number of times wins the match. So it's a great leveller.
It certainly is, and when you're playing in a team, obviously you compare yourself to the opposition lead or 2 or 3, depending on the circumstances, and that's all you can judge yourself by, how you played against your immediate opponent. The end result often doesn't come down to your particular shot, it comes down to how the game pans out. So yes, you're right, it's a great leveller, and that's why we play the game. It's a real challenge every time we play.
Well, if you watch these sorts of games live, you and with myself and Kevin doing the commentary here today, you can quickly get an appreciation of how a head can turn into a scoring opportunity, or how you can and we saw an example of one of the ladies' matches earlier, where with the last bowl, the North Harbour side, without any shadow of a doubt, last end played the wrong hand to get a winning result.
Yes.
And it's about percentages.
And every player sees things slightly differently, and we have to give them credit.
Oh,
for that.
absolutely.
But
absolutely.
at the end of the day, you know, if they stop back and reflect on what the option was, you mentioned it earlier, Kevin, there might have been 2 chances rather than 1. And the best percentage chance might have been the 2-shot option, where, you know, 2 options could have happened rather than just the one. You have to get exactly perfect.
And, you know, the other thing is that with us doing all this live streaming, I know some players who do, looking for the jack, or not quite was the number 2 skip, Ross Ellery, but I do know of a couple of players who do watch afterwards, because the great thing, one, because the quality of what the production is, and certainly not you and what I say, or you and I might say, but when they can watch heads, they can watch it and say, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you know, perhaps I should have done that, or I should have done it, because the quality of the production enables you to really have a pretty good idea of what's going on. I see there, rolled into the head was a
1 down.
1 to the Foxton beach side, 17-4 as they're about to start in 10. 8-6 it is to Elmwood Park over Arawa as we come to the end of the 9th of 15 ends.
And the Foxton beach team have decided to shorten up the length of the jack. They've got 4 points on their board. They're down 17-4.
We try anything, don't you?
You do try things, and you've often find in the course of a game, you know, one team may get out to a good lead, then there's a change when one team wins the shot, and all of a sudden it goes the other way, and that's what keeps the players interested and keeps them on task.
So Elmwood Park skipped by Nathan Glasson, the 1 down here on the head. Glasson now just endeavouring to draw the shot. Someone's going to have to get Kelvin Scott educated, please. And he's going to come up short and under the head. And it was just the call was just the one. There's a chance here for the Arawa Park side to, well, they might hold deceptive because that's their bowling behind as well. Kevin on the forehand. Oh, he doesn't like that. Didn't like that out of the hand by the body language, but we'll just see how far it hasn't got the weight to finish. That's the issue.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knew straight away as soon as he delivered the bowl, it wasn't going to have the desired weight.
Yep.
One it is. There it is. 7-6.
That was the
7-8. Sorry, that was the shot. That one shot to the Arawa Park side. Rotorua, the home of the late and great Sid Giddy, one of the great fours skips of days gone by, who played with and against, and of course he played for New Zealand.
You would also know, Kevin, that the Arawa Park Rotorua team have a signature tournament every year, the Spates Fours, an optional event. 24 teams are required, been going since 1976 in February, and it attracts a lot of key players and players who enjoy being in that competition. Optional fours played at their rinks.
Yes, and of course Sid Giddy had a Taranaki flavour as well, originally from the Naki, and a very close relation to John Murder. And that tournament that you're talking about in Arawa, good bowl here from the lead from the Temuka side. What happened in Rotorua a number of years back, they decided to try and put, let's say, a professional week of bowls together with quite significant monies, and went ahead for a few years. But Arawa have been able to hold on to a pretty formidable fours tournament, which they've hosted for a number of years, and it's great to see that. So Ricky Cook, who hasn't really, Ricky Cook, the lead for Nathan Glasson, these last few ends has sort of struggled, and it's interesting. All of a sudden we've seen Terry Connolly, the lead for the Arawa side, just get a bit of ascendancy off the front, and just, you know, just makes a bit of a difference. And here's Connolly again now.
The lead is so important in a game of triples, two-bowl triples, because everything rests on his first two deliveries, and if he's consistently around the head, you know, and the other opposing lead is not, the pressure then comes on. Well, also the players.
The problem also comes about, but what does is a concern though for the, obviously for the Rotorua guys, of course, both those bowls counting, of course, a jack low bowls, all right. But in saying that, it also creates a challenge in drawing round them to the dead jack line, and you'll see there, Ricky Cook there finished smack on that centre line, but it's been able to just get that dead draw drop around those front bowls. I'm looking just out the window here now. They're about 2 feet low of the jack, and Kelvin Scott, in my years of watching him, is an expert at just drawing. His target will be his on the mat target will be a metre in behind the jack, and then it draw towards the centre. You heard him asking. How far short?
How far short?
So that, I'm not saying he's going to draw the shot, but what it does highlight is his knowledge of where he has to be to get that draw to come back towards the centre line. So here is Kelvin Scott, who's going to be under the line, but he knows where he has to be.
Yeah, well, every now and again you're going to get a loose delivery. It's very difficult to maintain total concentration and focus for the whole.
Absolutely. The
whole of a game, but you're somewhere thereabouts, and you step back and refresh, and then you've got another opportunity with another bowl. So it's not all lost, but you know, they're certainly trying their best to get close to the kitty. And as we've said before, Kevin, I mean, the kitty is only a starting point. Getting too close to the kitty can provide a target. So somewhere around about, you know, 2 or 3 feet left or right, somewhere in that circle is a good bowl.
Well, this end here could finish up being one of those one-shot ends.
Yeah, it could well be. The score is very close.
Yeah, and it's just, you're right, it's anybody's game, and it's just the way how the heads are going, how the heads are building up. Kelvin Scott now trying to get back to that centre line. He's pretty keen on this one, is Nathan Glasson. Pretty keen on this one as it breaks in. And yeah, that's the shot. I can see it from just out the window here. Just seeing the bowl jack low. And of course, now there's the natural draw line there for the lead, Scott Ivimey. But hello. Here we go. Here's the talk in the middle. We hold on to this. What length are we going to play? We're going to change it around a bit. You heard Kelvin Scott call them together. The sort of, yeah, happy with that. If we hold the end, obviously we're going to see a change in length.
Well, we've had 10, this is the 10th end of 15, so one could argue that's 2/3 through the game, and often you do take the first third to get established in the game, second third to consolidate, and then the third third of the game to try and decide, how can we step a little bit further ahead.
So another
to make a march on the opposition.
It's the Foxton side scoring again, and on the run trying to get to the front bowls. There's the Patara man, and we'll move the jack. Well,
unfortunate, but those.
Sorry, no bowls over the head.
No bowls over the head, and the benefit there of having bowls, 2 Ricky Cook bowls behind the head.
Here's the danger now: is just a chance of dropping 4. You got 1 bowl left. You're 2 down. Nathan Glasson's got 1.5 meters to draw another counter. Sometimes one's better.
True, you can't go for a multiple when there's a risk. You've got to accept whatever you have and not get too greedy, especially in a championship game like this.
Now, round the corner goes the jack onto a straight. Now, I'm not saying for one moment that Scott and Ivimey can't draw the shot here at all. I'm just saying we're playing N10. The game's really close. Now, this is when the old fingers get tight.
Yes.
And, I know if I'm a metre heavy, I'm going to be 4 down. I know if I'm a metre short, chances are I'm still going to be 4 down. So it's really, this is what skips are made of. These are the 4 big bowls that you've got to play in the game, and Scott Ivimey has got that right now. So he's out on that wider side. Needs to get past it clean and draw back to reduce the count. And there it goes.
Too deep, far too deep. He had to have a certain amount of weight, though, Kevin, as you know, to get around that wing bowl. But unfortunately...
my point is he didn't have to play with weight. It's possibly going to create jack movement, and you haven't got any back bowls, because it leaves you 1 bowl to get out of trouble. Now, 8-7, or very quickly becomes 12-7, and another end gone.
Exactly, and you run out of ends before you get a chance to get points on the board. As you can just see there, there's at least 3 or 4 there.
It's just about of opening the gate, isn't it? And hey, look, Scott Ivimey could see a shot that he wanted to play, and good on him. But you also then just have to be aware that you then have to be responsible for what the consequences may be.
Well, this could be the little differential they need, 12 points to 7. They've played 11 ends, but you're right, sometimes that happens in a game where all of a sudden the 4 or 3 and the game gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm sure Scott Ivimey doesn't want to reflect on things forever, but that'll be one that he knows now, right, we've got to play the board, we've got to be, and, from Nathan Glasson's point of view, he's got to have Ricky Cook getting bowls on the head for him, and right now he's not actually doing that. And he needs them on the head, and here's the man over 2 side, holding 2 shots here, the Foxton beat side. But of course there's a natural walk-through plant there through those 2 bowls, not driving at them, but I'm sure we will see the number 2 for the Marshall Stoddart would be happy to reach those bowls, get a press through them to the jack. We'll see that line in but a moment. And no, has he got the weight to reach that push through? No, he won't. He will sit on it though, and so becomes all of a sudden a 3-bowl reaching target. A metre low then was the lead, the Arawa lead. Sorry, Terry Connolly leaves the gate open here for Ricky Cook to draw one close, and still hasn't come into sight yet. And once again, I must congratulate Neil Dalrymple, my friend, the CEO of Bowls Australia, to his elevation as his new role of CEO of World Bowls. And of course, with his appointment of CEO and some earlier announcements, we see the headquarters of World Bowls move itself out of the United Kingdom and will be in New Zealand, in Australia, sorry, which is magnificent to have that. And once again, to Joe Evage's father, Keith Barrett, happy birthday, Keith. No doubt you'll be having a quiet, cold one. Enjoy it. All the best. Stay well. Look after yourself and enjoy the watch tomorrow. So I'm sure you'll be watching daughter Joe's in action tomorrow. Kelvin Scott now. It's the current New Zealand singles title holder. He defeated Tony Grantham in the final. You saw in that Temuka match where their middleman, Marshall Stoddart, did reach and got a turn onto the bowl. Sits there now for shot. Very tight head. 5 bowls all sitting around the head. Caleb Hope, Sheldon, Bagrie-Howley in behind there. 2 of our younger up-and-coming players. Bagrie-Howley must be knocking very much on the door. Getting the full silver fern. Can't be far away. So there's Johan van Gruenen. He's drawn the shot. Kelvin Scott now, formerly at the Belfast club, looking for the jack. Here is, well.
What a good shot there on the Foxton and Beach and Temuka game. Tried the jack through.
Just the one. Kelvin Scott daring to get down to count at jack level. Won't do so. Just, well, may do. Just went
maybe
by.
The shot.
Maybe. Went jack level. 12-7. 12-7. Of course, as we play now, it's imperative for the Arawa side. They don't want to see the Canterbury boys pick up a multiple of that, do they? It's really, they have to be the scoring team, don't they?
They have to be the scoring team now, that's true, and it's tasked to the hands of Johan van Gruenen. He's a study in concentration, looking down the rink as he puts forth his forehand delivery.
Needs something, needs some contact, might get the back of the jack on the way through, just misses the back of the jack, always had weight on it.
Certainly had a bit extra weight there.
So Nathan Glasson endeavoured to, well, there's a triangular draw there for him really, isn't it? Beat the Kelvin Scott bowl, beat the inside of the Kelvin Scott bowl to have shot, beat the inside of the Johan van Gruenen bowl or finish in front of the other bowl, what is the Terry Connolly bowl, and you'll have shot. So, and that's a visualisation now of the mat, not the jack. I've got a metre around that area
That's
to
right,
draw
just
the
a
shot.
metre. Somewhere in there will be a good bowl.
So there's a bit of a learning comment for anyone out there. The jack is not the shot. A metre is the shot. Because you've got 3 metres, 3 lots there to get in for the shot. So here's the Nathan Glasson bowl coming in towards the head. And there it is. Just sits in front of the jack. Well played by the skip, by the Elmwood Park skip. Of course, is
great control on that delivery and just a perfect line and weight. He certainly wasn't flustered. He just stood up and delivered. And that's the mark of a champion bowler.
And Foxton Park scored again, scoring a 1. Now, this is interesting. I thought they were going to try and attack it with weight. It would be difficult to attack that with weight, really, Kevin. I don't think you could see anything from the mat to attack with weight with the black bowl. Bagrie-Howley on the phone there, just making sure his fan club in Southland is. Now, here is Scott. Well, that's right under. Yeah,
no, he's missed the line there.
Well, that's a classic example of steering under the line.
Trying to steer it through rather than let the bowl do its natural work. Not a good delivery from Scott.
Well, it's what happens at that crucial point as well, Kevin, that the hand just dips inward. and the ball goes and the ball just goes with it. You've got to stay with that open, that open palm and
open palm to the heavens and get your correct line.
And don't be frightened of getting on the outside. Another good bowl coming in here from Glasson. Look at this, around the corner, just in front now. 2 very good bowls from the skip there, Nathan Glasson. So he's got to play with searching weight just outside the blue bowl.
Weight, yep.
So and he's got to remember his target has to be outside the head, not inside the head, and play with enough weight, of course, that's going to hold it up on that narrow line past that front bowl. On the mat is Ivimey with weight, trying to reach through. He's going to dip. He's going to dip. Might get a slide, and does so. And that was the bowl of. It was the Elmwood bowl. It was Kelvin, Kelvin Scott bowl, and
should be 3 shots there, which will take the Elmwood Park out to 15 points to 7 lead. Not unassailable, but a difficult task though for the Arawa Park team to get back and try to narrow the deficit.
Just gives that little comfort break.
Comfort zone, yep. Comfort break.
Already in 12, 17-6. It is the side, the Sam Morton skip side, who are leading 17-6 over Foxton Beach as they play end 11. Arawa trailing Elmwood Park 15-7 as we play in 12. And again, Ricky Cook, see, I'll say in the nicest way to Ricky, he's got good players coming behind him.
Well, I mean, no player steps onto the rink and tries to bowl a bad bowler, as you know, Kev.
Absolutely not.
At the end of the day, everyone knows when they're playing within a team, there might be 1 or 2 ends when one of their teammates just doesn't quite get the shot they would like, especially if you're a lead, and they just back each other up and do what is necessary for the team, because it is a team game, and in the end, the team does win the event.
So Ricky Cook's decided, I've got to get some more green. Now, so just quickly around the rinks, and I can tell you that the Cobden game from West Coast up against Upper Hutt, that's anybody's game there. 10 ends gone, and it is 9-8, the Upper Hutt combination, 9-8 after 10. And here's a better bowl coming in here from Ricky Cook. This is just going to come in behind the jack over the head. They'll be happy with that. In the Waihi Beach v Paratutu game, we said what we thought about the strength of the Paratutu side. They were struggling a bit early on. It's now Paratutu who are leading 12 shots to 7 after 11 ends. 12 shots to 7. In the Martinborough game from the Wairarapa, Martinborough up against the boys from the East Coast from Tolaga Bay, and it's the Tolaga Bay side, the Vern Marshall skip side, who are leading 10-5 after 9. Arawa versus Helensville, Bart Robinson. It is 15-9 to the South Islanders after 11 of the 15. Forbury Park of Dunedin up against the Wanganui side. It's the Clint Park side. And it is 15-6 to the Dunedin boys. Great start there for the Dunedin combination. And in the Hastings Kerry game, if you remember the last time that we looked at that game after 8 ends, it was Kerry who were leading the Dean Drummond side. After 8 ends, they were leading 11-6. Well, it is now 13-12 to Kerry v Hastings after 11 of the 15 ends. And here it is Elmwood Park leading Arawa of the Bay of Plenty by 15 shots to 7, and the Temuka side from South Canterbury leading Foxton Beach by 17 shots to 6. And as I look down there right now, again it is the team from Temuka, and it's strange though, really, isn't it, Kevin? That this game, if we look at the board, that I would say the first 6 ends, it was Temuka that scored numbers. The next 6 ends, we've literally seen we've seen Foxton Beach score singles.
Yeah, and it's pleasing for the Foxton and Beach team to do that. They were probably down in confidence and down on the score point in the scoreboard on the first 5 or 6 ends, but they've certainly picked their game up and they got right into it now. I mean, 17-6, there's 3 ends to go, but if they got a couple of multiples, they could bring it right up and make it an even contest. But you're right, they've struggled a bit.
No, loose head here played by both sides, and this is one of those first and best dressed, and it's certainly going to be so. With it, it's going to be the Johan van Gruenen, who's just gone past the bowl, but by goodness, that's it's more than likely the Ricky Cook bowl, I would say, Kevin, in behind the head there, which is more than likely shot. It's right out in front of us here, and it's in behind the head. I'm sorry, and
coming in here.
It looked like it from where I was looking. We'll just see what Kelvin Scott. Kelvin Scott has just indicated that it is the Ricky Cook bowl in behind the head, which is shot. So here is Nathan Glasson. On the mat, on the backhand.
Trying to get a plant on Kelvin Scott's bowl perhaps and boost it forward.
Or if he came past it clean to jack level. You heard that. Weight's probably okay.
Yep.
And Ricky Cook trying to draw the shot. Sorry, it's my apologies. Sam Morton endeavouring to try and draw the shot there.
One bowl, mate.
And applause there. It was one to the Temuka side. So they go to an 18-6 lead. And this bowl here of Scott Ivimey, if it draws in the port, it'll be a shot, I would say, Kev, wouldn't it?
I'd suggest perhaps it's going to be close to it.
The shot.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, it is the shot. You heard Kelvin Scott say that. He's mic'd up and we can hear what he is saying.
So the triangle there is for where Nathan Glasson needs to be, just inside the other, that short bowl in that port there. And if he's inside the port, he'll be beating that last bowl and it will be shot. Looks tight on the way out of the hand.
It certainly does.
Needs a bit of luck now. He's going to get the front of this or go past clean, won't matter. Has it got the weight? If it's got the weight to hold up, it'll be shot.
That would be the shot, Kev.
Yeah, and he certainly played that on about 3 lines, really, wasn't it?
Well, you can see that he was called, I think he was called by Kelvin Scott to have a go on the unders line rather than come around, and he did that to perfection.
So, shot, we say it is 15-7, Elmwood Park leading as we come to the end of the last bowl on end 12 of 15, 33 minutes left on the clock in this first round of the men's qualifying of the champion Somerset champion Bowls New Zealand triples. Of course, last week we were in Dunedin where we had the pairs, and the week before that we were in, of course, Hastings where we held the singles. And next week we'll be back in Hastings for the fours. So that'll bring things to a close, more than likely. I think until we go back to Dunedin, where we'll be hosting the North-South match. And it was 1 to the Elmwood Park side, 16-7 now they lead.
That was a good shot by their skip, Nathan Glasson. He was asked to come under the head slightly and just rested in a good position to take the shot away from the Arawa Park team.
So looking good in round 1 of the men's, really. Well, the only side that I'd say at this stage is really looking comfortable is 18-6 to Temuka over Foxton Beach, and more than likely 16-7 Elmwood Park over Arawa. You know, the Cobden game play up against Upper Hutt, 9-8, so nothing in that game. The Paratutu game, Waihi Beach, 11 hands gone, 12-7 to Paratutu. Well, that's certainly, that's catchable. Martinborough playing Tolaga Bay, 10-5 after 9. That's also catchable. 15-9, that's the Awamoa game over Helensville. That anything can happen. Perhaps as well, Forbury Park from Dunedin looking very comfortable at 15-6 after 11. And the Hastings Kerikeri game, well, last count after 11 was 13-12. So that's certainly, that's anybody's match.
It's only the first game, though, Kevin, and as you said, They have to win 3 out of 4 to qualify, and if they lose the first game, it's a time to sit back, reflect, and work on what they need to do for the next game. So it's not all over, but it's a, it's a bit of a wake-up call, and the team that actually wins the first game, they get some confidence and momentum going forward, knowing that they're doing some of the right things to win the game. So it works both ways. You can come back from a loss, or you can just add to the win when you get it from the first game in the tournament.
Well, I can tell you, and the women, just quickly back to the women's, who, of course, they're not playing right now, but we have 3 qualifiers already through. Those being Joe Edwards of the Nelson Club, Nina de Munich of the Club of Wellington here in Victoria, and also, by goodness, I've got to look closely at that one, from the Onirahi side, I'm sure it is. I'll just check on that one. But we've got some qualifiers who won their first 3 matches with the ladies, who are through to post-section play, which of course will be played here on Sunday. Well,
Kelvin Scott, first delivery is number 2 for Elmwood Park, coming through, and he's got a nice little trail. You can see that all the way. Perfect delivery, just taking the jack back, about a foot or so away from the Ricky Cook's bowl, so they're currently holding 2. Pressure is on now for the number 2 for the Arawa Park team, Johan van Gruenen.
and yes, the other team with 3 wins in the ladies, my apologies for that, is the Onirahi skip side from Northland. That's the side of Linda Swainson, Ann Halls and Jenny Kitchen. They have won 3 from 3, so they are through to post-section play.
So it's Johan van Gruenen on the forehand, trying to get close to the kitty, and he's not going to do so on this occasion, just falling up short.
Well, the jack's moved off that 2 metre mark as well, isn't it? So, you've certainly got to be making sure the ditch is your jack.
That's right. You've got to imagine perhaps that the kitty is further than actually it is, and just put a little bit extra weight on it.
And you'll see here where Kelvin Scott's taken that wide line. It'll come a long way back, just going past the 2 metre mark now, between there and the ditch. And it may look a lot of room, but I can tell you from the other end, looking at that bowl lower the jack, it's certainly, the ideal here for Johan van Gruenen is make sure he gets second shot, then the skip can try and get shot after that. Yeah,
second shot is the most important one often in a game of bowls.
Well, especially when you're scoring, you're running out of ends. And this is when, for the Arawa side, the Scott Ivimey, they really wanted a bowl matching the Kelvin Scott bowl out here. They've got one in behind the head. It's safe to say that at this point, really, that the Elmwood Park side have got a safe free head.
They certainly have, and they won't be doing anything silly. They've got 2 shots. They're ahead on the scoreboard 16-7, and they're just going to play a safe shot, try and put something in behind the head, as long as it's somewhere within a foot or 2 foot of the kitty.
They'll also, Kevin, they're not going to try and fatten any target up, are they?
No, they won't be trying to get the shot close to the kitty. They're just trying to get a shot maybe a foot or 2 foot, somewhere around in that circle, as we would say.
So here is Nathan Glasson. Just how long is that going to hold up? Won't hold up long enough. Needs to get all the way down. Won't do so. It's going to be inside the bowls, not outside. And it was interesting, the call from the side, their side, Bay of Plenty side, will try and play down on the other hand with reaching weight to get to the shot bowl, or perhaps skip through to the jack. Not much room for error, one would think. No, he's gone, I would say, the more prudent shot. And he's trying to get down on that line. Actually, this is a pretty good attempt here. Going to come up short, but he certainly had the line, 3/4 of the way down, had the line. And it is the Foxton beat side who have scored again as they complete 13 of 15. I would think.
There's no pressure on Nathan Glasson here. There's a 9-point differential. They hold 2 shots. He's just going to play a nice, comfortable shot down and just keep the pressure on the Arawa Park side. They'll find it difficult to come back from this score and win this game, so he's just going to park one up somewhere close to the kitty. If it doesn't really matter.
Well, he's not going to worry full stop. And you know, what this is also doing is really the difficulty that they've got now, the Arawa side, is you go too wide, you're not going to get back to it because the jack's been moved off the centre line as well. So if we get out too wide, we're not going to come back. And if I put too much weight on, it's not going to draw it that when I wanted it that last minute. He's got about 2 foot to draw the shot, and he's got it out on a good line. It's a good line. This is a good-looking bowl. This is just well played here from the Arawa man. Just what we spoke about, where that line had to be. Well played.
Very, very good bowl.
Well
Kelvin.
played. That was well judged, and the middleman wanted him to play another shot with his first bowl, but he said, no, I can draw the shot. Julie did so, 16-8, as we play in 14 of 15, and that'll just give them, Kevin, that little boost of confidence, won't it?
Exactly, and that's what you need. You know, there's more than just this one game these players have got to look forward to, and so, well, they may lose this game, but as long as they're keeping their tempo up and their confidence up, they've got some more games to follow where they can have a chance to qualify. But excellent shot from the skip there under the pressure conditions.
Certainly was, because he really, since the early stages of the match, hasn't really had a lot to play to. Hasn't really had.
No, he hasn't.
You know, good scoring number chances, I suppose you could say. So on the mat is Terry Connolly with the blue bowls on the backhand. Got one of the, I don't see many of those now, the white Henselite jumpers on that always used to be the vogue. Very popular garment was the Henselite attire. Good opening bowl here. 2 very good bowls in front of us there. The lead for the South Canterbury side. Greg Valentine's locked right on the jack, as is Terry Connolly, the lead for the Arawa side. Good opening bowl. Ricky Cook's not going to be outdone though, trying to just work towards the jack. How far is it going to run? Gets the jack clean, moves it sideways and off the centre line. And of course we are hoping as well that we'll at some stage over the weekend that we'll be able to bring you the North Island and South Island sides for the challenge in Dunedin, and I can tell you that we'll be bringing from Dunedin that event live bowl by bowl action of the big weekend of bowls in Dunedin, which we will have the awards dinner on the Friday night, and the Bowls New Zealand annual general meeting will also be held in Dunedin in conjunction with that. And the other highlight, of course, of the weekend is the Ricky Cook got the wrong side of the bowl, knocks it in for a shot. And the North-South match, which hasn't been played for many years, because it was to be played a year or so ago and was COVID struck, but we'll be live from the Hope's Green in Dunedin. We'll be bringing you all the live action, and I will have, I can assure you, plenty of our New Zealand players and other celebrities who will be there for that weekend in the Bowls New Zealand Festival of Bowls, and we look forward to bringing you that live in September. So here is Kelvin Scott leading 16-8, 21 minutes left on the clock, going to sit under the shot bowl, outside it I should say, goes by, gets a turn on the Ricky Cook bowl. They certainly won't be too concerned, because the chances of dropping a number here are pretty remote really. So here is Johan van Gruenen. Just looks, Kieran, is it going to come back enough? Got it out, good on the draw. Is it going to come back far enough? Trying very hard to, and will do so. And got a touch on the jack.
Oh, it's good to see the Arawa Park have two good bowls as we get to the end of this game, or one more end to go. And yeah, it's good for their confidence. Two very good bowls from their lead and their number 2.
Well, I'm sure Kelvin Scott, he'll endeavour to reach with a yard of weight through those 2 bowls, and that well, he's outside the line, but you can see, though, Kevin, if he can reach down with those 2 bowls, and Nathan Glasson won't mind really if this bowl is in over the head, and we'll see him sort of halfway in over the head. Glasson won't be attacking this, sure they're 2 down, but
well, I think the mindset of the Elmwood Park team is just to play out this game. They know they've got the victory, and it's just to keep the rhythm going, and they're not going to do anything too drastic, and just keep the tempo and the rhythm of their bowls going so they can go into the next game with confidence.
Oh, the Gore Rams having an annual general meeting out in front of us here. Sheldon, Bagrie-Howley and the Magic Man Mason from Dunedin, who had a real bumper season this year in Dunedin, and looking for bowls. Has got 2 there. Did the Foxton Beach, doesn't matter really. Yeah, and I see here, I think Nathan Glasson can just play through with weight. Doesn't need to be flying at the head.
My bowl still beats his last bowl.
So there you go, that's the weight. That's really telling Nathan Glasson the weight that he can play, and I can tell you that the Temuka side, that's the Temuka side of Sam Morton, skipping Marshall Stoddart and Greg Valentine. They have defeated the Manawatu side from Foxton Beach of Ross Ellery, Rohan Teaz and Doug Pitcher. That's a first win, or first round of course, and the Temuka boys, they're going to go in with, they got 1 W next to their name. They'll be happy with that as they go in to round 2. And I'm pretty sure that the Elmwood Park boys are also very shortly going to have a W next to their name as well.
Both games, Kevin, have been noticeable for having no drives. No drives at all. They've just drawn to the kitty, around about the kitty, and cut out that risk of a drive that could go wrong.
Well, really, one of the good things on the carpet, Kevin, is that, and with the bowls that the players play with now, you don't have to really drive at 100 miles an hour to attack the head, because, you know, you can play with 4 or 6 feet of weight through the head. Bowls are going to move, jacks are going to move. The last thing you want to do in driving is, if you've got a reasonably good head, drive and make contact and actually ruin what the shot that you were going for. So reaching weight or yard of weight is, you know, what I would say the more sensible, conservative way of play as we watch Glasson still battling for weight. You'd have heard Kelvin Scott say, still battle for weight. 2 it is.
Yep.
Well, it takes it to 16-10. They need all to score to force the draw position. Plenty of time. Time's not against them. 17 minutes left.
Yeah, it's not impossible to get 6. There are 6 bowls per team, but against the class act, the Elmwood Park team, that'll be very, very difficult, I think, to score 6. But nevertheless, they're going to play the last end and see if they can get closer than 16 points to 10.
You wouldn't get odds at the TAB.
Certainly wouldn't by me. I don't think this is likely, but it's been a good contest, and they'll be happy to go away with having got 10 points, considering how they were down on the scoreboard early on, and they've picked up their game, and it's been quite even in contest. But just when the Elmwood Park team went away and they got that 4 and a couple after that, and the game just seemed to get away from them.
Well, you know, the other thing is never say never, isn't it? You know, because, you know, I've seen in national finals, I've seen, funny enough, 2 lots of 7s on last ends in the final. And so, you know, you never, look. But I think the good thing now, playing on these surfaces, the chances of dropping what I would say, at this level, the chances of dropping what I would call big numbers are pretty remote, because unless you're really scattergunned, it's difficult to get 6 inside a metre, which is really what you really that's really what you need to do to be able to do so. Ricky Cook's first bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
Just over the head.
Kevin, and what's also important is these teams, have, had to first of all win their club event and then obviously the regional event from the region they come within to be invited to be here. So they're quality bowlers, and you're not going
they
to
are. Sam Morton and I were talking about
scores.
earlier on this morning. You've played a lot of games to get here.
Yes, indeed.
Through your club, then of course your centres. Sure, there's some smaller centres. We appreciate that, but you've won your way through, and you've got to. Here, for example, you have to have won 6 matches to get through to get to the final. So, it's yeah. Now this makes the target of requirement significantly challenging. Ricky Cook's bowl just in behind the jack, just jack high. Good crowd in here at 9i at 20 to 5, as we've got, of course, 2 more rounds to play here today before play, of course, will kick off again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And just going by the jack was Johan van Gruenen, had perfect weight.
Well, they set a shorter length, and there's some quality bowls around the head this end. It's the final end. It's
interesting, I suppose. It's horses for courses. What is the right length? What's the happy length? So Kelvin Scott really just want to make sure they've got another bowl on the head. Nathan Glasson applauds and appreciates that. And there's no chances there. There's no 6s there.
Very difficult to get a 6 from here.
Well, especially when you got a short bowl as well, and the opposing bowls are either jack level or jack high, isn't it? It does make it that much challenging. On the backhand is Johan van Gruenen, and actually he's been pretty consistent, Van Gruenen. He's played some good bowls throughout this match, and he's played another good bowl here. Is he going to sit on his own bowl for shot? Just drops by, but he's certainly had bowls in around the head. Has the number 2 for the Arawa side, the Bay of Plenty. On the backhand is Kelvin Scott.
I think he's calling for a bit of a runner here, just to come under and try that jack back to their own bowls.
Well, it's possibly about trying to take the shot away from your opposition. Nathan Glasson likes this, because finishing on the other side of the head, resting on the bowl of the Arawa Park side. So challenge, isn't it? Remembering, of course, we've had one result come through where we saw the South Canterbury side. They defeated the Manawatu side, team from Foxton Beach. So that was the side skipped by Sam Morton. They defeated Ross Ellery, so they're sitting comfortable with a W next to their names. So on the mat, who's going for the big collect, and not going to get anything. Going for the kill.
Oh, Glass, you're not
that's
going
what
there,
you
are you?
probably have the only shot left. To try and kill it.
Yeah, Kelvin Scott. So then you're not going anywhere near it, are you, Glass? You're going. So let's just get down the back somewhere, back in the safe man's country.
That's the thing, though, Kevin. With the short end, you drive, the kid is going to go anywhere which way, and
absolutely,
it's likely not going to end up with a good result. It's going to be killed.
Well, and you also think there's a chance it's going to collect some other bowls on the way through and bounce around. So here is Scott Ivimey and trying to get to the kill. He's closer this time. Goes by, misses. There it is. It's a win to the Canterbury side. That's a side skipped by Nathan Glasson with Kelvin Scott at number 2 and Ricky Cook leading. Up against the side from Arawa, Scott Ivimey, Johan van Gruenen and Terry Connolly. It was the Cantabrian side that ran out the winners, And in the other match that we had the Sam Morton skip side from the Temuka club in South Canterbury run out the winners over the Manawatu side from Foxton Beach, and it was the Sam Morton skip side that ran out the winners. So we'll be back with you shortly in the feature matches, which we'll be bringing to you in this next round is the sides of Grant Hislop, Stephen Fleming and Grant Stumbles, a very well performed skip out of Dunedin, out of the Forbury Park Club. This will be a top game, the Hawke's Bay side of Dean Drummond, Neil Barron and Patrick Golder. The other feature game will see the guys from Northland, Trevor Reeder, Steve Smith and Gary Fraser from the Kamo Club up against the class of the youngsters Sheldon, Bagrie-Howley, Elliot Mason and Thomas Cockerill of Gore. So this next round, the penultimate round for the day, will certainly, it's a good looking round this next round, isn't it? Give us some really top line players there. We'll be back with you shortly. This is Kevin Hicklin and Kevin Gledhill from the Champion and Champion Triples here at the 9A Bowling Club in Wellington.
Welcome back to the National Interclub Champion of Champions men's triples being played here at the 9A Indoor Bowling Stadium in Lower Hutt in Wellington, as we're about to start the third round of this men's triples competition. And the feature match we'll be having on right now on the screen will be the match between the Forbury Park team from Dunedin, and they'll be playing the Hastings team. We'll go through their playing members soon. The other game will be the Kamo team from Northland, and they'll be up against the Gore team from Southland. So for the Forbury Park team, there'll be Graeme Hislop at skip, Trevor Fleming will be the number 2, and Grant Stubbies will be the lead. The Hastings team will have Dean Drummond as skip, Neil Barron will be at 2, and Patrick Gold will be the lead. The Kamo team, Trevor Reeder will be the skip, Steve Smith will be at number 2, Gary Fraser at the lead, and for the Gore team, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley will be the skip, Elliot Mason 2, and Thomas Cockerill at lead. Joining me in commentary for this match is Philip Hulier, who's also the Vice President of New Zealand Bowls, and his son, Kalen Wheeler, has been playing for the Paratutu Triples team this afternoon. So welcome to the program, Phil.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate being asked by Bowls New Zealand and Steve for coming to assist commentating this round. So we're just about to start round 2 of the men's section, and there should be a couple of good games lined up for this round.
Yes, indeed. Any team that manages to get to this competition has certainly proven themselves through their own club, and then winning the Centre Champion of Champion event to get here. They've certainly shown that they've got good quality bowlers within their team, and I'm expecting both these games this evening will be good ones.
Yeah, definitely. Also a big shout out to the Kamo Bowling Club. Trevor Reeder asked us, or Dusty Reeder asked us to give a shout out to you. So apparently you will be watching this game live at your club rooms on the big screen. So hopefully the boys go well. And also apparently Steve Smith's been on a bit of a diet because he knows he's going to be on TV, so he's lost a bit of weight for this game, apparently.
Rightio, as we join the action live now, you'll see that we just started the first end of 15 in a triples game. We have 15 ends, there's 2 bowls per player, a 2-hour time limit, and on the left of your screen we have Kamo playing against Gore, and on the right split screen we have the Forbury Park team playing against the Hastings team. They've just started the first end.
Yeah, great bowl there, that last bowl from Sheldon to sit the bowl out to get the shot for the Gore, the mighty Gore Rams.
So it's the turn of Trevor Reeder as the skip for the Kamo team from Northland as he lines up his first bowl. This is on the left screen. It's a backhand delivery, I beg your pardon, forehand. It's arcing in towards the kitty. Looks like a pretty good delivery. Just going to sit him behind. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley as the skip for the Gore team. He has had a good look at the head, and he's preparing to bowl his first delivery.
It's actually his second delivery. His first delivery was the shot bowl. He's bringing in his second one here. Seems to be on a good line.
Certainly is. There's a couple of close bowls around the head as the number 2 for the Gore team. That would be
Elliot Mason.
Elliot Mason picking up the kitty. And so they'll go ahead in this first end 1-0. Hasn't come up on the screen yet. And if we look over on the right-hand side, the Forbury Park and Bowls Hastings team, they've just finished the first end. I'm not quite sure just at the moment who has won the point there.
It looks like Forbury's got the won that end. They're about to set the mat and set the kitty down.
First delivery coming down from the Gore player there, which would be Thomas Cockerill as the lead for the Gore team, playing with the white bowls.
And we have Garry Fraser just sending down his first bowl.
He's playing with a set of red bowls.
Seems to be on a good line here, Kevin.
It's certainly coming towards the kitty, but he hasn't got quite the weight he would have liked.
Yeah, good line, just a bit short.
Falling a bit short there. Thomas Cockerill with his second delivery. And you'll notice that he's just going to cut across the line. You've got to get your right weight and line on these quick rinks.
Yeah, this rink, obviously it's just been relaid recently, and I had played on the previous carpet that was on here, and it was much slower than what I believe it is out there today. Seems to be running really well, so Steve and his team have done a really good job in laying this carpet. It's going to take a bit of time for it to adjust and become a true green, but you know, for the time it's been down, it seems to be playing pretty well.
Garry Fraser there with the second delivery, a little bit too deep, and ending up close by the ditch.
I may be wrong, but it seems like Thomas Cockerill's playing it too, and Elliot Mason's leading.
Okay, we may have to correct that from our notes here.
Yeah, I believe that's the case, but I could be wrong.
Delivery coming down now here from, we're just highlighting on the left-hand screen at the moment, and
I'll tell you what, I'll go find out.
it's a Gore player. Looks like that might be Elliot Mason with that bowl coming down. Elliot Mason has just bowled his delivery, and the Kamo skipper Trevor Reader having a good look before he gives direction to his number 2, Steve Smith. Steve Smith now coming down on his backhand.
That's all you'll see, backhand.
He's cutting across the head, not quite getting the line, the weight or the length.
Yeah, a little tight with that bowl. So it has been confirmed it actually is Elliot leading for Gore Rams.
Elliot Mason
Cockerill
leading, is he?
Yeah, and Thomas Cockerill's playing too. So a couple of very talented young bowlers playing out of the Gore Rams team. Obviously Sheldon, part of the high performance New Zealand bowls team, so you know, and was in consideration for selection for the Commonwealth Games. Unfortunately, didn't make the team, but was in consideration.
And if we go to the right-hand screen, it's the Forbury Park team that currently hold the shot. They've got the black sticker on their purple bowl, and that would probably be Steve Fleming, the number 2 for the Forbury Park, currently holding shot.
Yeah, it could be even be 2. It's close for second.
The bowls aren't too close to the head, as it would be Patrick Golder, perhaps. No, it would be Grant Stubbies. Grant Stubbies coming, no, not Grant Stubbies, Graeme Hislop.
Yeah, good
with
bowl.
his yellow bowl coming down to try and get one close to the kitty.
Yeah.
They're currently holding 2.
Yeah, Dean's going to have to come in there and try and either draw inside those or just sit and stay to get the shot.
Dean Drummond is the skipper of the Hastings team.
Yeah, another very talented bowler, used to these indoor conditions. I mean, with his home club being an indoor rink itself.
That's correct. He plays out of the Hastings indoor rink, the Hastings Hornet Club, and he's been given an opportunity, a great opportunity to enhance his bowls by being selected for the Pelicans, which is the Club Musgrave bowling club over in Queensland, to play pennants in the next couple of 3 months. He'll be heading over there once he's completed his New Zealand program here tonight and this weekend, and perhaps in the next week he'll be moving over to the Queensland coast.
Yes, and no doubt he'll go well over there. And if anything, it's only going to improve his game.
So let's move back to the split screen. On the left now is Trevor Reader, skipper of the Kamo team. He's laying down his bowl now.
Yeah, there are a few shots down there. So they need to get something close, otherwise they're going to drop a number.
And you certainly don't want to drop too many numbers in the early part of the game when you're trying to build your confidence. So we'll stay on the left-hand screen for a moment or two here as we just check out the shots being taken out of the head. 2 have already been taken out.
Yeah, it's almost looking like
3,
4.
4.
And it'll be close for that 5th shot. Yeah, it's 5.
5.
So great end there for the Gore Rams.
Well, they're a very, very good team, very consistent team. They've got 3 capable bowlers within their ranks.
Yes. I mean, Elliot has a talented brother. He also plays out of Gore, Oliver Mason. And, you know, they are both very strong players. And then combined with Sheldon, you know, the club is very strong.
It must be remembered also that Elliot Mason, who has now become the lead of this team for today's match, he won every event in the Dunedin Centre Championships. He won the singles, he won the pairs, he won the triples, and he won the fours, and yet he did not win a club title for either Forbury or, as he is playing now, for Gore. So he must be a dual member of both clubs, but very good performance to do that.
It was an excellent achievement.
So the Gore Rams are ahead by 6 points to 0. We've had 3 ends of 15.
Yeah, and a good lead bowl there from Elliot, and triples is a leads game. You know, you need those front bowls to set the ends up. You have a good lead, you know, you're going to go well as a team. Yeah, another great bowl there from Elliot.
So Elliot Mason is certainly setting things up for his team. As the lead for Kamo, Garry Fraser. He comes down with his second bowl. He's playing with the red bowls.
It was on a good line again, but again it's going to be short, and you can't really afford to be short at this level. You know, you've got to put those bowls either on the head or pass as a lead. So, but plenty of time to go.
Thomas Cockerill now on his backhand. He's been given the direction from a skip to, beg pardon, come on down on his forehand.
Yeah, good track here too. And because it's probably getting darker and a bit colder, definitely getting colder out there, the carpet will tighten up and it'll slow up a bit, so the players will need to adjust.
Steve Smith with his first delivery of this, the 4th end, just coming around behind the head.
Yeah, it's a good bowl there, and now it gives the skip something to play to now.
You draw the shot.
Another good track here from Thomas.
Better, mate.
Yeah, great bowl.
Hard luck. Good shot, though.
Moved it back. If I say still only just holding the one shot, but again, Steve Smith here has the chance to just draw that kitty off and pull it back to his black ball. Yeah, pretty good effort there. Just out.
It's a turn now for the Skips to go and prepare for their shot in the Kamo versus Gore competition. Gore currently ahead by 6 points to 0. They've had 3 ends. Moving over to the Forbury Park in Bowles Hastings, we see the black sticker on the bowl of the Forbury Park. Could well be the shot. It's the white bowl there.
Yeah, it looks like a white bowl there on the head.
It could be.
Shot.
It's a pretty close measure between the other bowl, which is the purple one, and the purple bowl should well be Steve Fleming. Or it could well be Neil Barron. There's 2 purple bowls being played in this particular game, Forbury Park and Bowles Hastings.
There's a good track from Dean. Pretty good weight too, I think. Pulls that kitty, he's got a great shot. Yeah, just unlucky to miss. So being from Wanganui, I watched some of the Forbury Park's last game against the Wanganui Bowls Club, Ray Park's team. Unfortunately, Ray Park and his team weren't able to get across the line. Forbury Park played some really outstanding bowls in that game, from what I saw, to win it quite comfortably. But, you know, there's still a few more rounds to go, so it's not the end of the line for the men's team, the Wanganui men's team. And unfortunately, Diane Patterson and Leslie Burke, who won the pairs last week, they've been eliminated from the triples. They lost 2 matches this morning. So we're unable to continue with the success they achieved last week, which was a bit of a shame, because they played really well last week, and I have to commend the way they played in that pairs final last week against Joe Edwards. They played some exceptionally good bowls.
In this competition, you expect to see some exceptionally good bowls and some very good heads. There's top quality bowlers throughout New Zealand have earned the right to be here and playing in this competition, both the men and the women. And over the course of 3 days, it's going to be the team or the teams that are consistent across all of their players within their team that will come through and end up with the chocolates at the end. So any team can win on their day, and there's bound to be some quality bowls played over the 3 days here.
Yeah, I totally agree, Kevin. Quality bowls, quality teams from every centre that's represented here today, you know, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the tournament and to see who actually gets through to the post-section Sunday.
As you can see from the scorecard on the left-hand screen, the Gore team have shot out to a 7 points to 0 lead. They got 1 shot on that last end. So they're certainly showing that they're keen to progress through to the semi-finals and finals. You must win 3 out of 4 games. There's the odd bye or 2. You don't play after every game one after the other, but it's a full-on 2-hour concentration time limit, 15 end games, and by the time we get to the end of Saturday, we'll know who are those finalists for the Sunday events.
Yeah, great bowl there from Gary Fraser, right on the head.
Who's that? You choose, up to you.
Elliot Mason now trying to match or better. He's coming down on his forehand.
Looks like he's going to be just under the line, cut across. Weight looks pretty good though.
Yeah, the weight does look pretty good. You've got to make sure you get that break point. They're breaking across into the head and not quite able to do that on that occasion.
Yeah, seems to be another good line again here from Garry. Just needs to finish inside of Elliot's first bowl. He might, and he's done that. So two good bowls, 2 good lead bowls there from Gary Fraser for the Kamo Bowling Club.
Thomas Cockerill. No, beg your pardon.
You've got to get up here, eh?
Yes, it is
Yes,
Thomas
it is
Cockerill.
Thomas Cockerill. It's just a bit tight, a bit short. He won't be
And
happy
as
with
you
that,
heard-
and he does look very disappointed with that
You
shot.
heard Sheldon Bagrie there, Howley. The skips are being mic'd up so we can hear what they say. And he said he wasn't too happy about that one. You weren't close enough to the kitty for my liking.
Oh, I'm pretty certain Thomas knows that not to play that short bowls aren't going to help the cause too much. Yeah, good bowl in there from Steve. Yeah, straight away, Thomas has made a good adjustment. He's on a good track here.
Back now. Right back. Right back.
Sheldon Bagrie trying to lure that ball closer to the kitty,
Sheldon
which he has done.
Sheldon will be very happy with that shot. Only one down now.
Good leading.
Good bowl coming in there by Patrick Golder with the orange coloured bowls for the Bowls Hastings team. Nice little toucher. It's a 1-all ball game there. They've had 3 ends. They're on the 4th end now.
You've got a 5 on the tee and you throw it 4 metres short. But think of it.
So just to update from the first round of the men's triples. So the first round we had Scott Ivy, John Van Gruenen and Terry Connolly from Arawa. They went down to Ricky Cook, Kelvin Scott and Nathan Glasson. Dylan Edwards, Peter Bill, Adam Yaxley from Awamoor. Defeated Bart Robertson, Ricky Howell, Kylie Clark from Helensvale. Hamish Kelleher, Ethan Kelleher, Nigel Kelleher from Cobden on the west coast. Were defeated by Tony Hewitt, Morris Pickard, Martin Asprey from Upper Hutt. Just to mention with that Kelleher team, it's a father and 2 sons, so it's great to see that type of whānau team being able to getting through to represent their centre. You know, so congratulations to that family team. I was made aware that they've hired a bus, a holiday motorhome, and have parked it in the Nai Bowling Club so that they can have easy access to the club rooms and stay probably to have a few drinks in the evening. So well done to them. Then we had Dean Drummond's team were defeated by Ray Glocksky, John Young, Max Hamilton from Kiriku. Now I watched the last end of that game. It came right down to the wire. Dean had to drive the head to try and save the end, and unfortunately missed. And then Garry Middlewise's team from Martinborough was defeated by the boys from the East Coast, Tolaga Bay, you know, awesome from the coastie boys, Vern Marshall, Marcus Merrick, who I know through Māori Bowls, and Murray Duncan, you know, so great effort there. Then we had Ross Ellery's team was defeated by Sam Morton, Marshall Stoddart, who I also know from Temuka, and Greg Valentine. And then and then the Forbury team, as I said earlier, defeated Ray Park's team from Wanganui. And then the Paratutu boys, you know, that's your local club, Kevin. They had a great win against the team from Waihi Beach, 20 shots to 10. So well done to the Paratutu team. And that's who I'm here to support this weekend. I normally wear the hat of Jury Hill Bowling Club, but this weekend I'm supporting the boys from Paratutu.
The Paratutu team, Phil, is a very, very competent team. As you know, those 3 bowlers are young. They're keen to progress in the bowling game, and they're doing very well in the Taranaki region, both in club events and centre events. Deserve their opportunity to be here at this National Inter-Centre men's triples event, and I wish them well in the remaining games.
Yeah, definitely. For those who don't know, Aidan Zitterstein was originally in the winning team that got them through to this championship. Unfortunately, Aidan had more important duties representing the Cook Islands at the Commonwealth Games, so his place was taken by Darryl Reid, and he is a more than competent substitute for Aidan. So, you know, I have to agree. They played well in that first game, and they've got a good chance of going, you know, at least qualifying for the finals day on Sunday.
Let's moving on to the split screen on the right hand side. It's Dean Drummond with his black and white bowls trying to come down and just rest on Graeme Hislop's bowl, the yellow bowl, which was for the Forbury Park, and he's certainly done that as a good skip would do to get the shot.
Yeah, he was looking down the barrel of a 2 or 3 at least until that last bowl, so that was a great save there from Dean Drummond.
And that means the Forbury Park team now go out to a 4-1 lead. They've had 4 ends of 15, and that would be pleasing for the Forbury Park team. The Forbury Park team is also a club that Elliot Mason plays for, and but today he's playing for the Gore team on our left-hand screen. So
Yeah, I think there's a number of our top talented young bowlers that play at dual clubs. You know, I mean, it just gives them that greater exposure to playing at high-level events. So, you know, you have to support that sort of attitude. You know, to go out there and just play in as many competitions as they can. So it's good to see Elliot playing for 2 clubs, but he's obviously done well for the Gore Rams and is representing them today. No, I won't be happy with that one, Garry. You're just a bit short there.
Yeah, quality bowlers do occasionally have loose ends. They don't always get the bowl as close as they would like, and but they refocus and then ensure the next end or the next bowl is a far better one, and that's what bowls is all about, just making sure you correct from an earlier, you know, not so good delivery, and flush it and move on.
Yeah, definitely.
Moving on to the Forbury Park and Bowls Hastings team, as you can see, Forbury Park ahead 3 points to 2 as the first bowl that came down. I think that was from the Forbury Park player. Is just to the right of the kitty. Very good opening bowl. He's about now to deliver his second, and if our team names are correct, that should be Grant Stubbies, the lead for the Forbury Park team.
Yeah, he's a bit tight on this one. He might get a little wick off this, but not quite. Yeah, good effort there from Grant.
That's high. It is us, so if you want to stay playing there, happy days. If you want to draw a shot there, good luck.
You can hear Dean Drummond as the skip giving directions to his number 2, which is Neil Barron.
Here he is.
It's not bad here. Another good bowl on the head.
2 very
Yeah,
good
great
bowls
bowl.
there. They've got the white stickers. They're currently holding 2 shots. And also a toucher.
I'm a little confused. Is Hastings got... Oh, they've got the white stickers. Okay, so it's just that bowl of Grant Stumbles. Looks like it's got a white sticker on it.
Real close, same again.
Yeah, good back bowl in there by Steve Fleming.
That's better, mate. Right up. Hurry. Hurry. Maybe.
It seems to be on a good line, Kevin.
Yeah, well, the colour bowl we have in front of me is orange bowl, but
Yeah.
it's certainly not the lead player. It's the number 2 player, so I'm sorry if we've made a few errors there. It could be with the information I have. The orange bowl
Could be Patrick Golder.
could be Patrick Golder, but he may be playing in the number 2 position.
I'll probably put my first one up there to join you.
But we can confirm that the white sticker bowl, the orange bowl, is probably the shot in the Forbury Park Hastings match. Dean Drummond is certainly having a good look as the skip to get some indication before he prepares to deliver his first bowl. Must be a pretty close call.
Yeah, I do favour the orange bowl. So it looks like they're holding 1.
Okay, the Hawke's Bay team holding 1. Down on the overall score, 3 points to 2. We've had 5 ends, 15 ends in these games, 2 hours. There's the time limit. So Dean Drummond, study and concentration as he sets his alignment to go on the forehand.
We seem to have some technical difficulties. Oh no, Tamara's sorted it.
Nice smooth delivery there from Dean Drummond as the bowl, we cannot just see yet, but it's coming towards and just beyond the head.
Yeah, good, well-positioned bowl there.
Yeah, very good position bowl. They are holding shot. Grant Stubbies. No, it can't be Grant Stubbies. It must be Graeme Hislop.
Thomas is in.
There's the skip of the Forbury Park team.
If he's got the weight, this is close.
Certainly
Great bowl.
is. Nice,
Well,
great,
take that away.
nice bowl there. Just trailed the kitty only about 2 or 3 inches.
They could have shot. Black could have shot. It just depends on how close that front orange, that last bowl is compared to Dean's back
High
bowl.
ball's holding.
It's very close.
Wow, in the measure, what it is. Yeah.
It sounded like the two for the Hornets believes that Dean's bowl is the shot bowl.
Could well be. So Dean Drummond has taken advice from his number 2. And he's going to come down on the backhand.
Look at Johan, just draw inside his own bowl. And if he is holding shot, then he'll have 2 shots.
Certainly drawable if he gets around those wing bowls, and with the way the Greens are playing here, they do come and finish quite well.
The bowls that Dean plays with are specialist indoor bowls, I believe. I think they're Aero Quantums. I may be wrong, but that's what I believe they are. They have a bit of a turn on them. So, Kevin, I believe you went over to Australia and played in the Australian pairs
Yes,
with Don Christensen, was it?
Yes, I did. It was the over 60s, not just the main pairs. Not good enough or young enough to be in the main event, but the over 60s event, yes, myself and Don Christensen managed to win our section. There were 78 sections. We had 2 wins and a draw, and then we lost our first post-section game against a team led by Ian Taylor, who was an ex-Australian rep.
Run.
Oh, okay.
So it was a good contest, very enjoyable bowls, and we also went from there and played in the top 4 competition in the Lulabar, where they had several Australian reps playing, and we had 2 other players to make up our 4, and it was $20,000 on offer, and the first 8 teams got the money. We got 11th. We had 5 wins out of 8, and the other teams from 8, 9, 10 and 11 all had 5 wins. We just missed out on differential on getting a payday, but yeah, excellent bowls, and we carried on there and played a few tournaments up on the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of Queensland weather. You know, they have a lot of tournaments during the winter months that they run, and you know, good money tournaments too, I believe. You know, I'd love to be able to go over and play in some of those, but unfortunately work comes first.
The Sunshine Coast tournament was cancelled, and unfortunately that's the second year in a row they've cancelled through a lack of entry, so they do have some readjustment to decide as to why the numbers weren't there this year. I know COVID has had an impact in 1 or 2 events, but yeah, it's a good venue to go and play some bowls, and the standard is very high, and it's good weather, and you certainly enjoy your time there.
Yeah, no, well done to you and Don. It's great to hear that you guys enjoyed your time over there, and we're able to make the post section of the over 60s pairs, Australian Open pairs. It's a really impressive achievement.
Rightio, so back to the action, and the Forbury Park number 2. Beg your pardon, the Gore number 2, Thomas Cockerill. He's delivering his bowl down, but it's not going to matter or better or match the first 2 deliveries of the
Garry Fraser
from the Kamo Club.
Yeah, two excellent bowls there, and it's good to see the boys are now on the board. They'll be happy to get off the mark, and now they can start building their shots. As
we watch Steve Smith, number 2 for the Kamo side.
Yeah, not a bad effort there from Steve, just a little more weight. He would have been right on it.
The Kamo Club, a club just north of Whangarei, with you know, a very friendly club, and obviously the Kamo district well known for a couple of All Blacks we might know from Ian Jones. Kamo Jones was his nickname. They've had Bevan Holmes, they've also had Peter Sloan, and Justin Collins, I believe, also played for the Kamo Rugby Club and is from that area. But their bowling fraternity is very good, and they have many good top quality bowlers there. So it's a shout out to all of you Kamo members who are watching your team play in this event this evening. I believe you're watching it in your club rooms, and so far your team is behind on the scoreboard 7-1, but certainly not out of this game.
Definitely not out of the game. Still a few ends to go, 10 ends to go, so, and they're holding 2 shots on the head and probably 3rd shot even, but with this shot coming in they could even have 4. So yeah, they're holding 4 shots on the turnover to the skips. So there's a bit of work there for Sheldon to try and get into there. I'd say he'll try and draw and save, cut out those wider bowls and try and get at least 2nd shot, and then he can try and work some magic to get the shot with his last bowl.
Well, as a skip, when you look down when you look at the head before you go and play your bowls and you're 4 down, you do have some time to think about what shot you should play. And I think you're right, Phil. It's just simply a draw shot and try and cut the numbers back
down. Yes.
There's no need to be aggressive. It's certainly drawable. It's coming through to the kitty on a good line.
If he's got the weight, this is close. Well, he's definitely cut out those other bowls, and he may even draw it dead. And great bowl there from Sheldon.
And that just shows you the class of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, a very, very accomplished young bowler in New Zealand, and that bowl showed you under pressure he just had to deliver, and he did.
Yeah, that was a great bowl. I wouldn't have expected anything less, to be honest. I've seen him play some spectacular bowls at national events, UBC, so yeah, a class bowler.
Trevor Reid now is the skip of the Kamo side. Having seen that bowl come down and his lead of 4 shots suddenly taken away, pressure is now on him to try and, get back that shot, which he was unable to do with that delivery.
Yeah, well, Trevor wouldn't be happy with that bowl. He needed to reach, try and sit that bowl through or move the kitty back. If he can shift it to the right, they've got 3 catches there, so I think he'll play a little more weight next time to ensure he reaches and can try and change something around.
So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on the forehand with his second and last delivery of this end. Just playing a safety shot, I believe, just coming a little bit wide of the kitty, just in case the kitty does move if Trevor Reid decides to come on the backhand with a bit of weight and try and rest the shot off.
You can't be too aggressive because they've got no back bowls. All 3 back bowls are the Gore bowls, so...
He's going to come on the forehand. The direction has been clearly indicated by his number 2. And I think it was exactly what we just said there, that there was no opportunity on that backhand. We didn't have the back bowl, so he'll come on the forehand and try and just cut down the count. The 1 down on the head.
He's playing a pretty good weight. It's not a bad line either. It's not a bad line, but I think it's going to hang out with that extra weight. And unfortunately it did.
So the Gore team will pick up the 1 shot there. Very, very good bowl there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to rescue the situation. They were 4 down. They go ahead 8 points to 1 after 6 ends of 15. Moving over to the Hastings Hornets and the Forbury Park team, Dean Drummond. It's a 3-all game here. 6 ends have been played.
Yeah, a good tight battle on the next game on that side. So, going to see some good shots, I think.
So the ball is on its way, and currently the Forbury Park team has the shot with the black stickers on the bowls. They have 2 shots. Dean Drummond was trying to wrest that bowl out of the head.
Yep.
Not able to do so, so there's 2 down. 2 down on the head. As it will be Graeme Hislop as the skip with these yellow bowls. He's coming down on his backhand. He won't be trying too hard here to make a target.
No. He wouldn't want to come in and create a big target for Dean to have a look at. Yeah.
It's now up to Dean Drummond. He failed with the first shot, but I think he will probably look at doing a similar
Right back, mate.
shot in his final delivery.
Great shot.
The bowler's on its way.
Looks a bit tight. If he's got the weight, it'll hold.
He could be, yes, he's got that bowl out that he wanted, but it's not going to give him the shot.
Yep.
The second shot, though,
Looks like Forbury is still holding shot.
I think you'll find Forbury are holding the shot. So the skip has been directed to
Down
just
there,
come on the
keeping
backhand.
the weight up, get through
and
that,
play
land
safe.
him.
We don't want to give it away.
Metre and a half over.
I'll just land on that orange one.
He's going to try to land the orange one, perhaps, you know, come along inside that bowl. Might be the call that the 2 has given to his skip.
Just on level.
So let's watch this bowl coming into the head. The green bowl with the black stickers.
He's got a miss. If he drops under that, it's going to be close. Not quite.
So that'll be one shot there to the Forbury Park team with the black stickers on their bowls. That takes them out to a 4 points to 3 lead over Bowls Hastings. We've had 6 ends completed. So we'll turn our attention now back to the Kamo Gore game. 8 points to 1. Gore comfortably
Mate, through
ahead.
here, mate, down here.
And it looks like Elliot Mason is holding shot, and Kamo have got the second and third shot. Maybe a second shot.
Thomas Cockerill coming down here.
Yeah, he's just going to duck away.
Just
Just
going to
out.
duck away.
So it's close for second shot, but it looks like I do favour the black bowl, the black ringed bowl.
Leaving you with a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, it's a good wide arc here from Stephen Smith. It's coming home now, though. It's really coming home. If he can move that kitty, yeah, good effort.
Very, very good effort. You saw how far that bowl came home from out wide. It just kept running towards the kitty. And that's what we spoke about earlier with Kevin Hickson, that you get punished if you don't get the right line and weight, but
Yeah.
you've got to trust your bowl to actually give it a bit of width, and then it will just come on home into the kitty, as you saw then. It just ran past a little bit, but it was still a very, very good delivery.
Yes, on the original carpet, you couldn't play that line. Your bowl would never come home. You know, so this new carpet is allowing them to play a good draw bowl.
Well, it looks like the carpet is similar to an outdoor rink. I mean, it's playing at the speed of an outdoor rink in the middle of summer, which is
All you got.
what most of these bowlers would be used to, and it's good to see that on an indoor rink.
No, definitely. I think it's a vast improvement on the other carpet they did have here.
Well, that was the first drive I've seen this afternoon in the men's triples champion of championship event, and Sheldon Bagrie on that occasion was quite wide off the mark. He was trying to smack the shot bowl out of the head, unable to do so. That was his first bowl, though. He does have another bullet.
Trevor might just duck under this.
Still got one. You choose. That's high.
Again, Trevor won't be happy with that bowl. He would have at least wanted to reach the head.
Indeed, because if Sheldon Bagrie has a run now,
Go it again.
he's got to make a decision. Do I have another crack at this, or do I just draw to save?
Yeah, he's got a chance if he. The reason why he's going that head, he's got a chance to sit all those bowls out and stay for 3. Oh, well, no, we'll have 3 shots. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks like he's lining up to drive again. Yep. It was a much better line. He's going to get something here. Thank you. Going to do the score updates. Okay, so we've got updates for the other games that are going on for round 2. At the moment, we've got Temuka 7 against Hellersville 6 after 7 ends. We've got Elmwood Park 4 against Upper Hutt 3 after 5 ends. We've got Waihi Beach 4 against Alexandra 5 after 6 ends. Pataruru 5 against Raumati 6 after 6 ends. Arawa 6, Martinborough 1 after 5 ends, and Foxton Beach 5 and Buckland 4 after 6 ends. So there's some good tight battles in those other games.
And that's what you expect at this high-level champion of championship competition. As we look again on the Gore Kamo game, one bowler's been taken out as they look to decide whether we measure for the second shot.
Well, I thought you would have just ran it.
He's given them 2.
We had no bowls at all behind.
And they're measuring for the third shot. So Kamo conceded 2 shots, so they measure for third.
I thought you would have ran it.
It looks very close from this angle. Yeah, it's just the 2 shots. So that puts Gore 10-1 ahead of Kamo. Again, Kamo definitely not out of this, but it's always going to be a challenge to try and pull those shots back against a class team of young bowlers like the Gruens do have.
Certainly is going to be a tough ask, but it's not unsurmountable. 10-1. They've got 2 shots there. They've got capable bowlers in their ranks, but then so too have Kamo. I mean, Kamo's a club that is going ahead. They've got plenty of players. They're a family-friendly club, and as he said before, to get to this level and to come to this event, they've won several events to be here, so they've got quality bowlers, and they won't be too phased just yet. They'll need to get into their rhythm pretty soon. That's 12 points to 1, so maybe there was a few more bowls than we couldn't count earlier.
Great starter,
Okay,
mate.
I don't know if that's correct, but can't see the scoreboard. So
Moving
yeah,
back to the Forbury Park Bowls Hastings event, they've had 7 ends of 15, almost halfway through, as Graeme Hislop with his yellow bowls with the black stickers just run on by. But currently the bowler that is holding shot is
You can pull it, mate.
the blue one. One could argue that's purpley blue, and not sure from here, can't see the sticker as to whose that might be.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself.
Dean Drummond is coming down though with his bowl, trying to get close to the kitty.
No.
2
Real
shots.
good, mate. Brilliant.
2 shots have been taken out. That would be
Hastings.
Hastings, have that.
So that puts Hastings 5-4 ahead now. So it's a bit of a seesaw battle at the moment. Some really good heads as well, and some really good bowls being played by both teams.
It's always decision time when you win the head. Do you change the length, or do you keep it the same length that you've been playing up to that point, depending whether you're down or ahead?
mate.
And there's all these decisions that are made throughout the course of a game. So
On to it.
we'll watch that closely if the game does change. When a team wins, when they've been down for a few points, as to whether they shorten it, lengthen it,
Playing through to me, yeah.
and it sometimes can change the whole complex of a game.
Yeah, I think the skips would generally allow the lead to set the length that he wants, because initially they're doing the draw bowls at the up front, so they should be the ones setting the length. And there will be times when the skip will overrule and say either bring it up or take it back. So,
But as you can see on the right-hand screen here with the Forbury Park Hastings game, Hastings team have shortened the end right up,
yeah, no, great.
and
bowl there.
they've got their first bowl right in close. Pressure now goes on the Forbury Park team with their first delivery.
He's close here to sit that bowl, Grant. Yeah, just cut across.
Yeah, beat the last one.
Yeah, another good line, I think, there from, I believe it's Neil.
So we have to assume that perhaps the lead and the 2 have changed positions.
Stand up. Face the flag.
On my chart here, I don't have a blue bowl mentioned, so, but nevertheless, there's 2 bowls there of the blue bowls colour, currently closer to the kitty than Grant Stubby's bowl as he comes down now for his second delivery.
We might have to send Steve on as ask the skips to keep to the left or to the right. They seem to be encroaching back in front of the camera, so it's always difficult and challenging to commentate when you can't see what's going on. That's much better.
So we have the orange bowl coming down here from the backhand. It's going to be a good bowl too. It's just going to rest inside that shot bowl that was there. Very, very good delivery there, and a good result.
Yeah, 2 good bowls there from Hastings.
That's a good result for the Hawke's Bay team. They have the orange bowl. Forbury Park player coming down with a little bit of searching weight.
Yeah, he's looking to sit those bowls or pull the kitty. He might get his own bowl, but he got a good result out of that, and it's kicked across to their Leeds bowl. So now Forbury holding the shot.
That was certainly good direction by his number 2 to do that delivery. The end result, the kitty skip it across to Grant Stubby's white and black bowl. They're currently holding shot. That delivery there from the orange bowler, not quite what he'd like to have delivered. It's up now to the number 2 of the Forbury Park team to add one close. They have the shot. It seems to be on a pretty good trajectory here.
Yeah, it's going to come in comfortably for second shot.
Very good position bowl there for second. Not fattening it up, but just being within that 1 foot to 2 foot circle radius of the kitty.
We might see a bit of weight here from Dean. He might try and change her head up now. He's got the orange bowl catcher at the back there, so I can't see him being short anyway with this bowl.
No, as we all know in bowls, skips have to be up. They can't afford to be short when they're down on the head. They just have to be careful as to how much weight they apply to the bowl.
Yeah, and
so that we don't, kill the end or, get the kitty scattered everywhere, especially when they're only one down.
Yeah, definitely. And I just saw Sheldon play another brilliant bowl with his last bowl on this other head. He just pulled the kitty away from that black bowl.
Dean Drummond is not doing anything silly. He's just going to come down and try and draw or rest the bowl. That is a shot bowl, which he has done.
Great bowl.
Excellent bowl there.
He's definitely cut one out, so he's only one down now. He's got a toucher. I think you might see him play a similar shot in the next bowl if it's there.
Well, that's all he needed to do. There was no other opportunity there, and he did it with perfection. So just one down now. So the Forbury Park skip, he's surveying his option, getting a bit of direction from his number 2.
Yeah, he can't be too aggressive. He doesn't want to sit his own bowl out and drop 2 shots. I think he'll be just playing a very similar bowl to what Dean has just played. Try and sit on Dean's bowl and stay for 2.
Ball's on its way. Starting to arc now, but probably going to be hanging out a bit too wide. But a good result finishing there. He's got another bowl to come, and he's not too sure what Dean Drummond might do. Drummond comes down now with his last delivery of this end.
He's got a good tracky game for his bowl. Probably just not going to finish enough for him to sit that shot bowl out.
And the shot bowl currently, we believe, is the black stickered bowl of the Forbury Park.
Start mate. Good.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here.
He certainly does have to be careful, Graeme Hislop. He's experienced enough to know that picking up one point at a time is better than going down the potential of a couple or three if you get it wrong.
Yeah, I think he was pretty cautious with that last ball. You know, he didn't want to do too much damage. Take the one and run, as they say. So that brings them back to 6-5. So they're only one shot behind after 9 ends. No, after 8 ends.
8 ends have been completed, as you just heard from Phil there. It is 6 points to 5. Very close game, but on the rink on the left-hand side of our screen, it's Gore racing away at the moment. 15 points to 1. Clearly showing their class and their composure under pressure and having a good set of bowls from each of their 3 players, whatever it may be asked of them, be it to draw, to run a shot, to position, so they're playing very well.
Yeah, they've played some really good bowls up front, the Kamo team. It's just that Sheldon has turned it around on numerous occasions so far in this match, and it's been that he's been the defining difference within this match.
Pretty good.
It's a good confidence boost too when you can rack up a few points against quality teams and continue to maintain that consistency right throughout a match, isn't it? I mean, it gives you a lot of confidence going forward when you have to win 3 out of 4 to qualify, and you don't want to go home early, so you need to have all players firing, and if any aren't, then 1 or 2 of the other players in the team will do it for you and keep you on task.
Definitely. So, but this is Kamo's first game of the round, so they've still got 3 more games after this. You know, if they're unable to pull that lead back, you know, they're still not out of it. And not a baddie for different Steve.
Try it again.
So it looks like Kamo is holding 2 shots at the moment, but it's a bit of an uphill battle now, trying to pull back 14 shots. But
yes, I agree, Phil. Garry Fraser's 2 red bowls. The shot bowls currently.
Good now. Right back.
This one will come home though. It's been willed into the kitty by Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Hard luck.
yeah,
Just didn't quite get under the bowl that would have made it have the shot that he was after.
yeah. All Steve can do here is try and draw another one onto the head, try and get some numbers on the head, and see what Sheldon does with his last 2 bowls.
Seems to be tracking quite nicely as it arcs into the kitty, but it's going to fall up short,
Yeah, it's just going to be out of the count.
and no one likes to see short bowls, but you can't help it sometimes. You just don't get that final reach, and that's what happens. But we don't try to make short bowls. We try to get it jack even or over the head to give something to play to, but on that occasion, not quite where he would like it to be.
Yeah, as a professional lead myself, that's normally the role I play. My goal is to always try and either reach the hit or be behind. I mean, one of my good friends, Bruce Winterburn, has always said to me, short bowls lose matches. So I took that to heart, and I always make sure I'm there or past the head.
Please, good.
Totally correct. Short bowls do lose matches. They get in the way. They're a nuisance, and although you might be able to play onto them and to them, it works for and against you in most cases. So having bowls around the head, especially over the head, is paramount. Trevor is the skip now with his red bowls as he delivers on the forehand. There's an opportunity to draw in here, but he just doesn't seem to have the weight.
Yeah, he's been a bit inconsistent with his weight so far in this match. He wouldn't be happy with that. But as I said, I mean, this is only their first round game, so they have 3 more. Are they playing the next round? I think they are playing the last round, so he's had a chance to adjust to the speed of the screen, and I think in the next round they would hope to try and pick their game up. Yep, they played rink 7 the last round.
Well, the Kamo side with the red bowl of Garry Fraser appears to be holding shot. This is a chance now for Trevor To add to the count, he's got to have a little bit more weight on it. Let the ball do its natural job as it comes towards the head.
As I saw from that shot, that last shot, we have the great Ray Park in the background there watching this game. For those of you who well, obviously everyone knows Ray Park. He's been around bowls for a while. So he's he's the greatest centre title holder within the Wanganui Centre, with 76 or 77 titles, I believe. So a major achievement. It's great to still see him playing in these events and being very competitive.
And as you just saw there, the Kamo side just picked up 3 valuable shots on that end. It takes them to 15 points to 4 down on the final scorecard. 10 ends have been completed. 2/3 of the game is gone. They have 5 more ends to see if they can address that differential.
Yeah, they'll be definitely happy to get the 3 shots there.
So Garry Fraser, who had the winning shot on the last end.
Yeah, another good lead bowl too here.
This
for
is
Garry.
a very good lead bowl coming into the kitty.
Yeah, great
Might
bowl.
get a small toucher as well, but an excellent lead delivery there. Pressure now goes on Elliot Mason to match or better this. He's certainly capable of getting close to the kitty, drawing it off.
Seems to be a bit quick this one, but they'll be happy. The skipper will be happy to have a back bowl because there will come a time where some may be played to try and sit that first bowl of Garry's out.
As you mentioned earlier, Phil, that's exactly right. You need a back bowl, and if the lead does it, so be it. Doesn't matter who does it. You've got to have some bowls around the head, especially at this championship level, because that's where the kitty's going to move to.
That's right.
Elliot Mason again.
This looks a lot better weight.
He's a bit happier about this delivery.
Yeah, this is close.
Just trying to draw it off.
Great
Nicely
effort.
weighted.
Yeah, good second bowl there
Yeah,
though.
good
from
second
Elliot.
bowl, agree. If we go across to the Forbury Park bowls Hastings, just to the score, 6 points to 5 from the Hastings ahead.
Looks
They've
like
had 9 ends as the skips are now bowling their bowls down, and the white bowl with the spots on it, which would be
it's Forbury Parks. And
Forbury
they've got-
Park.
It looks like they're holding 2 shots, possibly 3 now. Probably 3 shots there from Forbury Park.
Graeme Hislop, that green yellow bowl, has probably given his team 3 bowls as the number 2 looks at the head carefully, giving Dean Drummond the option of trying to turn those bowls out of the head.
Quick, mate.
It might be a bit wide there from Dean. I think his number 2 was wanting him to play a slightly tighter line, try and play into the head. He's taking 1 out. He's not willing to concede the second and third shot though. It must be only the one to the
It
Forbury
looks like
Park
3
team.
from where we were sitting,
Yeah, it
but
does
only
look
the
like
1
3.
has been given.
Just on the draw, mate.
So the Forbury Park will now get up to 6 all against Bowls Hastings, a very close contest. They've had 9 ends.
Very good
As
contest.
we move back to the Kamo Gore match, 15 points to 4 to Gore.
Yeah, looks like Thomas is going to sit that shot bowl, and he's played it. Great bowl there.
Great bowl from Thomas Cockerill.
Yeah.
That was what was needed, just to try and draw that shot bowl off the kitty. Not too much weight, just a nice arcing bowl in there and resting that bowl out and having the shot.
Yeah, no, you'd be very happy with that shot. Good result. So Trevor will be looking to try and sit that bowl through, I'd say, and stay for 2. I don't know if he'd be able to draw that.
It's a study in concentration. as he lets the ball go down on his forehand.
Yeah, he's playing
It
that
is a
extra little
tighter
bit of
arc,
weight.
Phil. It's a tighter arc, this one.
Yeah, and he was trying to play the shot I thought he might try and play, but now he's unfortunately set his own bowl out and is now 2 down. But he does have a catcher now to play to.
He certainly does, and I think that was probably the best option, even though the result didn't go his way. As you said, Phil, he's got some catching bowls now, and he's got one more bowl to bowl, so it's still alive.
Yeah, I'll say Sheldon will be just looking to cover that back bowl of his. Yeah, it looks like he's on that line to do so. But he's got the weight to just draw another.
Yeah, he's just drawing another. He's not trying to fatten it up, I don't think, either. You can see the number 2 for the Kamo side saying play it again like that. That's all you need to do. So Trevor is doing what his number 2 has asked of him. He's trying to anyway.
Yeah,
Trying to
set
rest
the
that
back
bowl
bowler, I
out.
think. No, unlucky there.
Just running through.
So Sheldon has a chance here to get a 4, which will make it a very almost an unassailable lead. Yeah, it looks like it's right on target for the 4th shot. Yeah, good bowling there from Sheldon.
Excellent set of bowls around the kitty there. 4 shots clearly to the Gore side. That takes him a lead now of 19 points to 4. And we've had 10 ends completed. So let's move over now to the Forbury Park Hastings team. 6 all. The blue bowl. It's obviously with a white sticker on it, and the blue bowl with a white sticker has to be the Hastings team. They're currently holding the shot.
Yeah, it's a good battle, this game. Yeah, just behind the head there from Steve.
Shoes either side of you, or there is a hole through between the white.
Scam here.
So it's clearly the Hastings team that holds shot with the white sticker on the blue bowl. Orange bowl coming down now. Is not going to change that. So yet again, as we've found several times, it's up to the skip to
He's
head
got
to
a
the
bit of room
count.
in there, the Forbury skip, to try and save the shot. He'll look to come under that orange bowl and either draw the kitty, or sit that purple bowl out to stay for shot. He's got a catcher back here too to pull the kitty too, so you know he's got options there.
It's a backhand delivery. He's given it plenty of chances to come underneath the orange bowl.
Yeah, he's pretty close. He's pretty close.
What a top bowl that is.
That's
And a toucher. Excellent shot there from Graeme.
he couldn't have executed
sorry,
that any
not-
better, to be honest.
Yeah.
He may have even given himself second shot as well.
Yeah,
So
Graeme
great
Hislop
bowl.
the skip. Excellent shot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Dean does here. Yeah, he looks like he's going to play his forehand, try and get around that purple bowl at the front and pull the kitty. It'll be only a draw. It's on a pretty good arc here.
Certainly is. It's
It's
coming
very close.
very close to drawing that shot off.
I tell you what, if he hadn't clipped that front purple bowl, he would have been, or blue bowl, he would have been right on that kitty. It was a great effort.
It certainly was. Just over the head, that's all he needed to do to try and draw that shot off. Played it very well. The Forbury Park skipper, Graeme Hislop, knowing he has the shot and knowing there's a danger back bowl should Dean Drummond draw the kitty off. What's he going to do here?
Yeah, I'd say we're trying to play the same shot he just played before, looking to drop under. I don't know, he's playing down his forehand as well.
He changed his hand.
Yeah, he's probably trying to stop Dean from playing the shot he tried to play just before.
Yes, indeed. I think he's going to try and put one in the forehand drawing line of Dean Drummond. You can't see the end of this bowl yet, but
Oh, that's actually got a good result, to be honest.
so what can Dean Drummond do here? He's
Yes,
been given directions from his number 2. His number 2, we're not too sure whether it's Neil Barron or Patrick Gold, but anyway, the bowl is on its way. Looks a pretty well directed bowl if it comes underneath the orange bowl, but no,
Hey.
not quite able to do so. So the
Can you see it yet?
Graeme Hislop bowl of Forbury Park is the winning shot for that end, as we now take the score out to 7 points to 6, as Phil will now give you an update of some of the previous games.
So and that we now have Temuka 10, Helensville 10 after 8 ends, Elmwood Park 7, Upper Hutt 7 after 9 ends, so 2 tied matches there. Waihi Beach 10, Alexandra 5 after 9 ends, Pataruru 14, Raumati 8 after 10 ends, Arawa 8, Martinborough 5 after 9 ends, and Foxton Beach 14, Buckland 4 after 10 ends. So again, still some tight battles in some of those matches, and some of the other teams in some of the other matches are starting to sort of pull away a bit.
So it's the Forbury Park ahead by 8 points to 6, and their first bowl from their lead, Grant Stubbies, with the white and black bowl. This is about 2 feet away from the kitty, but the lead for the Hastings team was unable to better or match that, so
Yeah, you wouldn't be happy with that shot. It was a bit tight.
Grant Stubbies lining up for his second delivery. This looks a better weighted shot. It's going to come underneath his first one, and it's going to take the kitty and just sit beside it. Well done, good shot.
Yeah, very good bowl there from
Hey,
Grant.
their last bowl's there.
Holding 2. This seems to be on a good line here from the Hawke's Bay lead.
What you got? Ready for it?
Yeah, really good weight. Could even
Yeah.
be shot.
Could well be the shot. It could well be, as you say. But somewhere around about the kitty, which is important. So the Forbury Park number 2, Steve Fleming. It's his turn now to deliver his bowl and see what he can do for his team.
Yeah, it's holding its line a lot more than I thought it was going to, but unfortunately he's just tapped that last
One
Hastings
down.
bowl in to definitely give it the shot now.
Either up under there onto there, or drawing off there.
A couple of options are being given there by Dean Drummond to his number 2. So which one will he choose? He's choosing the forehand option, trying to come under all of those bowls. But I think it's going to be a little bit too wide, a little bit too deep. Not quite the result he wanted, but it's
No,
worth
'cause-
having a go at.
Because now he's given the Forbury
Okay, mate.
catcher there too. So I'd say the Forbury 2 will be looking to play
That's the
down
one,
the
pal.
backhand and either sit the bowl or just pull that kitty a few inches to give them 2 shots. It seems to be on a pretty good line here for that shot. So it's all going to come down to weight. Yeah, good effort.
Pretty good effort there, Phil. It's a good head building up here.
It is.
No real
Very
change.
close game. Forbury 8, Hastings 6. 11 ends have been played.
And this is a must-win game for Bowls Hastings. They having lost their first round game, so because of the format for this championship, you will lose 2 matches. You're technically out of the tournament.
Correct. I mean, 2 matches down, you don't get another chance, and you've got to win 3 out of 4. So if you've lost 2, you're going home early.
Yep.
The Orange Bowl now coming down to try and...
Yeah, it's a good bowl there from the Hastings too. He's put a really good bowl in there.
Keep that speed, get on to Elliot, push it through to you, who's good.
From here, though, Phil, I'd suggest that it is the Grant Stubby's bowl from the Forbury Park that could be the shot bowl.
Yeah, you could be right, actually. It's very close, let's put it that way. And there's still 4 more bowls to come, so it'll be interesting to see who actually is holding shot after those 4 bowls.
And moving back over to our Kamo Gore game, it's definitely a white bowl that is holding shot, and that must well be from the Gore team. They have 2 of their players playing with white bowls, so one of them has got it close to the kitty and given them an advantage. They're ahead 19 points to 5. They're on the 12th end of 15. They're having a very commandable advantage, and they can pretty much just relax and see out the ends, I believe, and they'll have this game won.
Yeah, I mean, this could be actually the last end. If Gore score again this end, well, that'll be the end of the match. It's a pretty good bowl
Graeme
here.
Hislop now coming down on the right-hand rink with his green and yellow bowls, trying to add to the score.
Be interesting to see what shot Dean looks to play here. If he looks to play the forehand and come under the orange bowl, sit the white bowl.
That's probably the more logical option, I imagine. And yes, he has chosen the forehand. Just has to get the right weight, the right line.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be short.
It's certainly going to be over the head.
If that stays up, I don't think it will. I'd say that'll be in the ditch. But he's got another bowl.
Hislop now looking to come down on his backhand and just bump his own ball up, or just come under it and just get close to the kitty and try and take away any shot advantage that Dean Drummond may like to do. And if he puts it where he is now, if he comes on the forehand, there could be a opportunity there to wing it off that and come through onto the kitty. So still alive for Dean here.
Yeah, I think you might see a little more weight here and a much tighter line. He'll be trying to sit that bowl through clean. Yeah, he's definitely adjusted the line. He has definitely adjusted the line here. He's very close. He's got the bowl. Is he going to...
Well, he's certainly got the bowl, got the kitty, which is what he was after.
It's hard to see where the kitty's gone. Is it stayed alive or is it out?
Hastings got the one, so a very good result for Dean Drummond there to rest that shot back off the Forbury Park. So that'll take them out to 8 points to 7. They're behind on the scoreboard. 11 ends have been completed. And as you can see on the left-hand screen, the Gore team are comfortably ahead 20 points to 5. No, they haven't conceded the Kamo side. They have got an uphill battle, though. They've only got 2 ends to play. But I imagine they'd like to play them out and just get the tempo and rhythm back into their game.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's in their advantage to continue to play, because it sets them up for the next round when they've got a very tough battle, to be honest. Actually, in the next round, I believe they're going to be playing the Elmwood Park team with the old current New Zealand Open singles champion Kelvin Scott and Ricky Cook and Nathan Glasson. So it's going to be a really tough game, that one as well.
And the Hastings team have chosen a short end, having won that last point.
Yeah, that seems to be the favoured link for the Hastings team, isn't it? Moving that kitty up and playing short ends.
Well, as you said, it's a must-win for them. They've already had the one loss, and so this is obviously the length they've decided will try and, you know, wrest the advantage back as Grant Stubbies puts his first bowl down.
Yeah, and straight away it's made a difference. Grant has left his first bowl short. It'll be interesting to see if the Hastings skip can put some, Hastings Lee can put something right on the head. Yeah, he's looking pretty good at the moment here. Yeah, it's a good start.
As you know, Phil, with bowls, if you can get that first bowl on the head, and especially if you lead, if you can get two, it sets your whole team up for success in that end. And
yeah, they call that, apparently they call that the impact bowl. And yeah,
impact
putting that bowl right on the head does make a difference. Puts the opposition lead under pressure to try and put something close as well, and sets the team up.
As we know in bowls, every position in the team is important, be it lead, 2, 3 or skip if you're playing fours or whatever. If you're playing triples like this competition, every position is important. You've only got 2 bowls to do the job, and if the lead can do it, it puts the pressure on the opposition lead. If the lead can't do it, then of course the 2 has to try to do it, and so it moves on down the rank, and you can put a skip under a lot of pressure if his first 2 haven't delivered.
Great shot, Thomas. Brilliant.
I've been told, I mean, again, my experience in bowls is very limited, but I've been told that triples is a leads game, so it's important that you do have a lead that can actually put bowls on the head. Takes a lot of pressure off the skip, especially when you only have the 2 bowls as a skip to play shots. And you don't want to be playing drives to save shots as a skip.
So we'll turn our attention back to the Forbury Park Hastings match. It's 8 points to 7 for the Forbury Park team. But as you can see, the blue bowl with the white sticker, which is the Hawke's Bay Hastings team, they currently hold the shot. And this is a must-win game for them. They need to win this game to stay alive. They've already lost the first game. As the orange bowl of the Forbury Park team comes down.
No, that was the Hastings orange bowl, but it was a bit short. It's probably just out of the count.
Okay, it's the Forbury Park's turn now.
Yeah, it seems to be tracking in well. It might just pull up short though. So Hastings holding at least 1 there after the change over to the skips.
Doesn't seem to be too much discussion as the skips and the leads and 2 change. There's plenty of drawing options to draw on here from either skip, so they know what has to be done. It's just a case now of going back and executing the shot.
Trail or no?
Yeah, Dean will be just looking to draw another bowl onto the head, trying to get numbers. He won't be too disappointed even if he's over the head and covers that black bowl, or that black stickered bowl. Tell you what, he's on a pretty good track again.
This looks a pretty good bowl here, Phil. It's going to come,
Try hard.
not quite though, just knocked the orange bowl. That is his own team's bowl though.
Yeah, so he might have knocked that in for second.
Yeah, they're probably sitting on 2 shots. This game, I believe, will go right down to the wire as Trevor Reader on the Kamo Gore team. I believe they may have conceded the game. Yes, they're shaking hands. Unfortunately there for the Kamo side with a great contingent of people watching your team up in the Northland area. Unfortunately for you on this game here, you haven't been able to get up and win. So the Gore team running out comfortable winners, 20 points to 5. The game is being conceded after the 13th end, so well done, Gore. You can move forward with confidence. For the Kamo side, you've got time to reflect and get better in the next game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great effort there from the Gore Rams team. They played really good bowls and definitely Sheldon played some game changers on a few ends in that game, so well done to the Gore Rams and commiseration to the Kamo team. But again, they are not out of it. They do have a challenging game in the next game, but it'll be interesting to see how they go against the Elmwood Park team in the next round.
So Graeme Hislop with his last delivery. We now go to full screen as we watch this come down. We can concentrate our attention fully now on this game in the last 3 ends.
He's not far away.
Pretty good delivery this one. If he gets a
great
slide,
effort there.
what an awesome bowl that was. He knew what he had to do and he just delivered it to perfection. And they take the shot away from the Hastings team. So this game is continuing to be one of those games just tit for tat. It's 8 points all. Beg your pardon, it's 9 points to 7, Forbury Park. They're ahead, 3 ends to play.
Oh, well done, Sheldon. Congratulations. I forgot the players were mic'd. I'll remember that for next time.
Grant Stubbies with his first delivery.
Yeah, good first bowl there from Grant. So with 3 ends to go, 2 shots in it, Bowls Hastings are going to need to try and at least win this end. They won't want to drop another shot this end with only having 2 ends to play, being more than 3 down. So they'll be looking for, hopefully, to try and get something close and win this end at least.
The Forbury Park lead, Grant Stubbies, has done the first job. Certainly got one close. If he can apply more pressure now and get another one close.
Yeah, it's on a good track again, Kevin. It's going to be another.
He's certainly got his line and weight
Could even
right.
be shot itself. Yeah, 2 good lead bowls there from the Forbury lead. He's played 2 excellent bowls.
He's put the pressure right back on the Hastings team. This
as
is
I
a
said,
must-win for them.
Those lead bowls are impact bowls if you can put them right on the head, especially at this stage of the game. There's be a bit more pressure on the leads up front. You know, they'll be feeling it.
Yeah, they are feeling it. I'm sure they are, but they do have to relax and just get into their rhythm. And, you know, although it's an important game, they can't afford to let the tension of the occasion get to them. They've got to take the emotion out of it and just trust themselves to bowl the way they know they can and just get on with the job.
Definitely. So the who have we got here? We've got Steve Fleming about to send his first bowl down.
It's a forehand delivery from Steve Fleming.
Just a bit wide there from Steve. Won't be happy with that.
Yeah, it is important to get your line correct. I mean, the ball will come home, but on that occasion, just a little bit too wide and didn't have enough weight as well.
Yeah, there's not a bad effort here from the Hastings too. Great bowl.
It could well be sitting down for the shot.
Yeah, I do favour the orange bowl now for shot.
So he's asked his number 2 to come through the middle. There's bowls that can be worked on or worked off. There can be a slide here or there.
Yeah, he's looking to reach over into his own bowls to sit them forward and or sit that orange bowl out. And he's on a pretty good track to play either shot. Oh, actually, he's going to get it.
Oh,
that's a great bowl.
Very, very good bowl there. Dan Drummond is forced now to go and have a quick measure. He believes they're holding shot, which is good for his team. They're behind 9-7 on the scoreboard.
Okay, so the orange back bowl must be the shot. seems to be on a similar track to his last bowl. If he can get under that black bowl with the right weight, he'll have second shot. Yes, pulling up a bit short.
So we believe it's the orange bowl that is holding shot with the white sticker. And that's the Hastings team. The 2 white bowls of Grant Stubbies for the Forbury Park. They're also in contention, but we did hear Dean Drummond indicate that he believed his team had the shot.
Yeah, just from this angle, it does to me look like the black bowl in the front is actually the shot, but obviously Dean's got a better view than we have, so we'll take Dean on his word that it is. They are holding one. And it's one very important shot at this stage of this game.
Graeme Hislop, as the skip, has decided. He's had time to think about it. He's choosing the backhand.
Maybe a bit wide.
It seems to have tracked out wider than he anticipated.
Yeah, it's definitely wide. He's going to cover. He's looking to cover the back, I'd say, because Dean may try to pull that kitty through. It's a very dangerous shot here now for Dean. He doesn't seem to have much room to draw into there. Yeah, those black stickered bowls are sort of on both hands, so it's a very tricky shot. Yeah, he's looking to play his backhand. He might be just looking to go around that front white bowl to set the second white bowl. But again, very dangerous shot, and it could backfire on him.
He does hold shot, and having one shot is better than having none, but he is behind on the scoreboard, 9-7.
Oh no, he's looking to play his forehand here.
But he has something in mind now that he believes will do the job, so his first delivery is coming down now. What's the weight and his direction like? He's trying to advance the blue bowl.
It wasn't a bad effort there from Dean, to be honest.
Yeah, well, all he needed was one roll maybe to move it in, and he could pick up 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, good decision.
There's no real margin for error too, on either hand for Dean. You know, he really has to draw the bowl dead. You know, because there is danger both hands.
Right, just a turn of Graeme Hislop as the skip. They're ahead on the scoreboard, 9-7.
Yeah.
But they're one down on the head. Can he get a nice rest on his bowls and slide in towards the kitty? He got the rub, but not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's changed the shot. I'd say Dean looking to play the same similar shot. Try to draw onto that orange bowl. Sit and stay for possibly 2. But again, he does run the risk of tapping that purple bowl in and possibly giving the shot away. So it's going to need precision. So it'll be, I don't know if he'd be too keen to be too aggressive on the shot.
Right, the Dean Drummond bowl is on its way. As it comes in towards the head, trying to knock in the blue bowl. He's just going to pull up short, but he'll gladly take that one shot, the orange bowl, which we believed was the shot earlier on. We'll soon see, but I believe it's just the one, so it'll be 9-8.
9-8.
Forbury Park team, having done 13 ends.
So it's setting up for a good finish in this match. As it has been right throughout the entirety of this match. They've been up and down with the scores, but always been very close. So it's setting up well for the last 2 ends, and it's still anybody's game.
As we've talked about before, first bowl effectiveness. When you're a lead in this situation where it's such a tight game, if the lead can do the job, you know, it's a very, very tough bowl to sometimes rest off the kitty. So the two leads now will try and do this for their team, but the first one coming down now opens the door for the Forbury Park team to get his bowl close.
I don't think the Hastings lead will be too disappointed with that bowl. It is a back bowl, so it is it could come into play at some stage in this end. We have Grant Stumbles playing his forehand here, tracking in nicely. Yeah, there's a great effort there from Grant. Again, putting that pressure straight on the Hastings lead.
Where's this ball going to end up?
He's definitely adjusted his line a lot better. He may sit that bowl in though.
Very good bowl. He just slipped underneath that Grant Stubby's bowl, so he currently holds shot. His teammates will be pleased to see that. You don't have to touch the kitty, you just have to beat the opponent's bowl.
That is correct.
It doesn't matter if that bowl is close or wide. We have seen some loose ends this afternoon's games where the shots were won, where it might have been 4 feet, 3 feet.
Yeah.
So there are some loose ends, but at this stage of the game, the players want to be as accurate as they can and get total focus, 2 ends to go, and it's all on. When you consider they've been playing for almost 2 hours and it comes down to whoever gets the ball closest and possibly the last end will win the game. We saw that happen already in one of the games earlier today. The last end, the first ball was on the kitty and that was the winning shot.
Yeah. As I said, impact bowl. And it makes a difference at this stage of the game to have that bowl right on the head from the lead.
So it's the turn of Steve Fleming with his bowl. Purple colouring bowl as it comes arcing in behind the head. He'd be reasonably happy to park one up there. Kitty generally, if it moves, will go back. They are ahead on the scoreboard. They don't have to play too many risky shots.
It's tracking well, this orange bowl here. Yeah, positioned well just behind the head there.
Very good bowl there. Steve Fleming with his second delivery. Can he get it closer to the head? It seems like it's just going to break past the orange bowl. So there's still opportunities to draw on either hand, I believe, here, Phil.
Yeah, there's a bit of room in there. Again, I'm not sure he actually is holding shot, if it's the blue bowl or the white bowl there, but it's very close. So, Kevin, I know you've been playing PBA. Are you looking at playing the last round of the PBA for New Plymouth?
Yes, I am. I am hoping to play that. I played the first round and I was lucky enough to get to the final 4. Actually defeated Aidan Citizen on the run through to that position, and as you know, he's playing in the Cook Islands team in the Commonwealth Games. But yes, in late August I'll front up and have another go at the PBA on that particular weekend, yes.
Oh, great bowl there from Dean. He's got the result he wanted. He set his own bowl in for 1. So they're definitely holding 1 shot at the moment. But yes, I've really enjoyed travelling up to the PBA because back in Wanganui we don't have much winter bowls options down there. We do have 2 artificial greens at the Wanganui Bowling Club, but they're more gala events that they run during the week, which unfortunately if you're working you can't really play in. So I enjoy going up to Paratutu and playing in the PBA tournaments. It's pretty cutthroat though, you know. If you don't win your first game, you're pretty much out. So it's a long day if you're knocked out straight away. But I have enjoyed the experience, and I believe I've improved from playing up there at that level of competition. Knowing that Taranaki does have a very strong PBA region, and so I have enjoyed that, and I'm looking forward to the last round.
Playing in the PBA is very good for your bowls because it's singles, and you're playing 4 bowls, and you're forced to focus on every game, and you have, if you're lucky enough to win the first, as you said, and you keep moving through the ranks, you get to be able to stay on task for a whole tournament type game playing singles, and it's very good practice.
Yeah, definitely, and we've just seen another great bowl there from Dean Drummond, so that Hastings are definitely holding 2. We have the Graeme Hislop coming up to have a look at the head. We may see a bit of aggression here from Graeme. He may look to drive that. They've got the back bowls, so he'll be looking to play an aggressive shot, I'd say.
I think he'll be trying to get those 2 bowls out of the head whichever way he can. He doesn't want to be too aggressive where he could kill the end. You know, the kid, he could shoot out and kill the end, and we start all over. And to do that, I think he'll need to have a bit of weight on the drive. If he's just trying to remove the 2 bowls, the kiddie may not move and kill the end, so it could actually go any which way, and it could be not what he wants. So decision time now for Graeme Hislop.
Yep,
but yeah, I do believe, as you said, Phil, that he needs to somehow remove those 2 bowls and try and keep his own bowl on the rink.
Yeah, I'd say be coming down his back end, playing with a little bit of weight. Yeah, he's definitely setting up for something. It looks like even a drive here. Yeah, he's definitely driving. If he misses that front bowl, he's got a result. He's managed to clip one out. So Dean's still holding the last shot. So we're going into the last end, 9-all. Another great game. So this is
9-all going into the last end, and this is a must-win game for the Bowls Hastings team. So 9-all going into the last end, and you know, it's been a very good game. It's been very close, very competitive, tit for tat, and hey, it's going to come down to whoever gets their bowl close to the kiddie, I imagine. And this is where the role of the leads are so important now. Whoever gets the first bowl on the kiddie, the rest of them trying for the rest of the end, trying to get rid of it.
That's right, and this is the second game now in a row that has been drawn playing the last end for Hastings. So I hope they'll be hoping for it to go in their favour this time. The old lead for Hastings won't be happy at all with that bowl. I mean, great weight, but just a very narrow line. Yes, a good lead bowl here from Grant. So straight away he's got the bowl that's needed on the head, but there is room in there for the Hastings lead to draw inside that.
This is a narrow line, Phil.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a
it's
little bit tight.
It's going to hold.
It is holding. It's held its line a lot more than I thought, but it's probably just going to be out of the count. And I'd say Grant will be looking to draw inside that blue bowl now to possibly hold 2.
Well, he can certainly get a bit of a slide on that bowl if he's a bit over the weight.
Yeah, he's got a bit of track here. Might be just a bit quick though. But again, back bowl, so that could count at some stage of this end.
Yeah, you'll be happy with that. Anything over the head is a good bowl. This is the final end. 9-all score. Winner take all. They'll march through with confidence. Bowls Hastings need this win to stay alive in this competition. Forbury Park, on the other hand, they have another opportunity whether they win or lose.
Yeah, it's tracking in nicely. If it falls out, if it stays like that, it could be the shot.
Steve Fleming now is number 2 for the Forbury Park team, trying to direct his bowl to come in close to the kitty. It's a little bit too wide.
Yeah, a bit wide, bit heavy, but again, another back bowl.
We believe that it could be the orange bowl of the Hastings team that is holding shot. No doubt the skips will determine that when it comes their turn.
This one may cut across the head again as well. If he clips his own bowl back in, it definitely will be shot. Yeah.
Well, they've certainly clipped the Grant Stubby's bowl out.
Yeah, so it's definitely one now to orange. Could even be 2, but Hastings are holding shot after that last bowl. We have Steve sitting down his last bowl. Again, he's on a much tighter line than he was on his last one, but again, it's a bit heavy. And that actually did hang a lot more than I thought it was going to. You may see Dean look to put a back bowl in here, just to cover any aggression from the Forbury skip, because they've got no back bowls. And they've got the head surrounded. I don't know if he's going to want to try and draw something onto the head again to give a bigger target, but we'll see.
At this situation, you're never quite sure what the opposing skip is going to do, what his likely shot might be, and that's what Dean Drummond is probably trying to anticipate what the
Graeme
Hislop will do when it comes his turn to deliver. So you've got several things in your mind, and he's coming down now, I think, just trying to draw the shot.
Yeah, he's just trying to put another one on the head.
This looks pretty good as long as it beats that blue one. It's square of the kitty.
I don't know if he'll be too happy with that result there, because he's given a shoulder for the Forbury skip to play on to now and sit and stay. He probably would like to have drawn in behind the kitty and just covered the back a little bit, but it didn't quite get there.
Still a drawable shot if Graeme Hislop decides to go with that option, or yeah, it's an interesting decision here. Does he favour his draw, or does he favour trying to move one or two of those bowls?
We're about to find out. Why does it feel like he's setting up for a drive here? I know, he is playing weight.
Certainly got a narrow line. Is it going to come through and underneath the bowl?
I tell you what,
looks
it's
pretty
close.
good here, Phil.
It's pretty close. Oh,
no.
Jesus, great effort.
He's pushed the orange bowler of the Hastings team
What you
onto
can
the
guarantee
jack.
now is he will attack that head now. He's pretty much made it undrawable, and he's got the catches now to play a more aggressive shot. So we may see Dean covering the back.
He's certainly holding shot, but he's very vulnerable to a drive, as you said, Phil. And you know, when this the final end of this game, must win for the Hastings team. They're holding shot, but where he places this bowl could decide the outcome of this game.
It most definitely can, and he needs to get something behind. He's already got the bowls that count on the head. He's taken a much wider line, so I'm hoping this is the extra weight he needs to cover those back bowls. And that's the bowl he's trying to play, but it may not come in. Yep. As we anticipated, there's going to be a bit of weight here played by Graeme Hislop. So this is either the win or the loss of the game. I think Dean's a little bit disappointed with that last bowl of his. He was probably hoping to come in and cover behind, but it just stayed out wide, a lot wider than he thought.
Graeme Hislop must be very calm and collective in his mind and his delivery. He's decided the shot he's going to play. It all comes down now to execution. This is the final end. It's 9-all. will watch this ball with interest. It is a drive, but it's going to cut across.
It's going to cut across, and the Hastings teams have come through and won this very tight battle.
Yes, indeed. So as we finish this game, the Forbury Park Hastings game this evening, it is a win to the Hastings team, 10 points to 9 after the 15 ends, and for them that was a must-win game to keep their hopes alive to move forward into the competition. So that's that game completed. You know, the first game was a pretty good comprehensive win to the Gore team, 20 points to 5. So up next, as you can see on screen, there'll be 2 more games as we round out this first day of competition at the Bowls New Zealand Interclub men's triples and women's triples event. So we'll sign off now and be back with you in a few moments for the next game.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. It's been great commentating with you in this match, and I've really enjoyed it. And are you going to stay on for the next match?
Seems like I will be. But no, I've enjoyed having you on board, Phil. And I'm sorry I didn't get your name correct at the start. But you know, it's just good to have that co-commentating role and bouncing off each other throughout the game.
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it, and I'll probably go out and watch the Paratutu team. They're playing up next, so it's good that you've got Wanganui team going to be playing out here. So I'm not too sure who's taking my place, but thank you everybody for listening to me, and I'm looking forward to this next round. Thank you, Kev.
Welcome back to the New Zealand National Champion of Champions Men's Triples. This is the third round. It's the last game of the Friday's competition. There's games tomorrow and Sunday leading into the final. So as we head into this match, as you'll see the playing program on the screen, we will be having the Cobden team from the West Coast. They'll be playing against the Wanganui team. And on the other rink, we'll have the Awamoa team from North Otago. They'll be squaring up against the Kirikiri team from the far north. So we'll just go through the names of the players who are playing. For the Cobden team, we have Hamish Kelleher, Ethan Kelleher, and Nigel Kelleher. It's a father and son combination who are playing for the Cobden team. For the Wanganui team, we have Ray Park, who will be the skip, a very experienced man who's won many titles in the Wanganui region. Bernard Anderson will be number 2, and his lead will be Alan Dixon. Now, Alan Dixon won the New Zealand Singles Bowls in 2006. Very accomplished bowler in the Wanganui region. Moving on to the second rink, we have the Awamoa club from the North Otago region. Their skip will be Dylan Edwards, number 2 Peter Bell, and the lead has been changed from Bob Wilson to Adam Yaxley. The Kirikiri side that they'll be playing against, their skip will be Ray Glagoski, their second will be John Young, and their lead will be Max Hamilton. And joining me in commentary this evening is Dave Hewitt, a long-time member of the Silverstream Bowls Club in Wellington here, and ex-CEO of Bowls Wellington for many years, but now retired. Welcome to the program, Dave.
Good evening and hello all listeners.
So, as we are about to get into the games, this final game of the evening of today's program, as you can see on the left-hand screen, we have the Awamoa team competing against the Kirikiri side. And at the moment we are completing the first end of 15. And in the right-hand screen we have the Cobden side from the west coast of the South Island, a small country town, up against the Wanganui side. And they are currently on the first end of 15. Remember, these games are 2 hours, time limit. 3 out of 4 games they must win to qualify, and some of these teams have already played 2 games. They have 3 games today, some have a bye, and tomorrow, of course, they will then move into further games, and then finals on the Sunday. So Dave, tell us a little bit about your involvement with the Silverstream Club and your involvement as the CEO in Bowls Wellington over the years.
I've been with Silverstream Club since about 1999, followed 20 years at Upper Hutt, so I've been around a few years. I worked for Bowls New Zealand for 4 years as a CDO, and then I went to Wellington Bowls as CEO there for 12 years. So
you've had a long involvement in the game of bowls. You obviously enjoy it,
yep. And
you both enjoy playing and administrating.
Correct.
Okay, and so this facility in the Nainai suburb of Lower Hutt suburb of Nainai, great facility for the bowlers in the Wellington region.
Absolutely, and this new carpet's made a big difference. It's sped the green up. I think it used to catch a few people out because it's 40 metres long as well, and was a bit slow originally, so the new carpet's made a big difference.
And the new carpet's been down for how many years now?
Not even a year.
Just a year old?
No, not a year yet.
Not a year.
And it was just down when the 3.5 was on earlier this year.
And has there been any comments from the players as to how they enjoy the speed of the rink now?
Yeah, there were a lot of complaints early on about the straightness, but most of those are ironed out now. There's still a couple, but we're hoping to get rid of those when they stretch the green again. So it's a great facility regardless of the little hiccups with it.
Well, it certainly is. It not only allows you to play bowls throughout the whole year, but PBA events as well, and national events throughout the winter. So it's an excellent facility for any union or club to have. So the No Bowling Club operates out of this facility?
Yes, and the 3 greens out here on our outside. This facility has galas every Tuesday and Thursday. Wellington Centre use it for winter bowls on a Wednesday, so it gets a fair hammering in the winter.
Okay, so do you know any of the players that we're about to observe in these games here with the Cobden team from the West Coast? Do you know any of the Kelleher family?
Not personally, no. I know I've talked to Alan a few times.
Okay, and
I don't know
the
players.
Wanganui side, would you be aware of Ray Park and
Yes,
his
he's got a lot
expertise?
of, I'm aware of his name, and I'm aware he's got a lot of titles.
And Alan Dixon as well.
Alan Dixon, yep.
Moving into the North Otago team, Awamoa, Dylan Edwards, Peter Bell and Adam Yaxley, are you aware of them?
Nope.
And also from the far north, the Kerikeri side, Ray Glavoski, John Young and Max Hamilton. So if they come across your
There's none
path
of them I know,
some stage.
so
Okay, so there we go. We've had some introduction from Dave Hewitt. It's great to have you on board, and hopefully we'll bring you more involved in as the commentary begins. So don't be afraid to jump in and have a comment either about the bowl or about the bowler throughout the course of the next 2 hours. So if we focus our attention initially on the Awamoa Kerikeri game, the Awamoa club is in North Otago, just a small club out of Oamaru. And as you know, that area is famous for the boulders that people go down and the tourists like to see on the beach. They boast New Zealand's oldest public gardens. Victorian architecture is around the place, and they certainly have a penguin colony. So for a small club like Awamoa, to get to this level of competition is a great achievement for their club, wouldn't it be?
it is.
Okay, they have 2 greens at their club, and they have a very strong membership who help out in preparing their rinks and so on. So they're here, and Steve Beale, who has a strong involvement in the New Zealand Bowlers fraternity, he played with John Gray, and what we have a competition down there every year. They have it's called the Russell McDonald or Rusty Mac Pairs, and they play that every year at this particular club. It's well supported, and Steve Beale has played in that with John Gray recently.
I heard
Anyway,
him talking
so-
about that this morning, so
Yeah, I did he? Anyway, so moving on to the game now, as you can see on the screen, Awamoa have taken a lead in the first end. We're at the moment processing the second end. It's 1-0 to the Awamoa team over Kerikeri. We'll keep our attention on this game initially, as it's the turn now of the skip. We cannot determine just right now which is the winning shot. They have stickers on the bowls, black or white. We'll pick this up as the game unfolds. We'll be able to tell after the delivery has been done as to who gets the shot, and we'll play it from that perspective. So this bowl, a little bit deep and a little bit heavy. So we'll find out very shortly as they assess the head.
taken 2 out by the look of his hands.
2 bowls have been taken out. So we'll soon find out who that team was. It is Awamoa or Kerikeri. Bowls are being kicked back. 3 bowls have been given. So is it Kerikeri or is it Awamoa? Let's wait and see. So it's Awamoa. What a good start to them. 3 bowls on that end. So they are now playing with their lead. So their lead for Awamoa. We've got it on our paper here as Adam Yaxley. He's just delivered the jack for the first, for the second time perhaps today. It's the 3rd end we're playing now currently. So Adam Yaxley will put his first bowl with this end down, the 3rd end. And it's a rather shortened jack length, but a pretty good first delivery, Dave.
Yes, it is. I was looking for it because I saw the skip standing back there. Max Hamilton's turn.
So it's Max Hamilton as lead for the Kerikeri team from the far north.
Through the gap without a touch.
Yeah, just missed the touch, huh? You'll be reasonably happy with that. It's a bowl over the head. And at the game on the split screen on the right, you'll see that Wanganui have got away to a good start with a 3-0 lead. They're currently into their second end.
Another good bowl from Awamoa.
Very much so. Awamoa leading 4 points to 0. 4 good shots they've had in the first 2 ends. Playing the third end now.
Yeah, handy here, mate. Yeah, that's
Through
good.
the same gap again.
Number 1.
Change of hand this time.
Certainly has changed his hand, and he's willing that ball coming towards the kitty. Just a little bit short, but can't just pick up right now who might have the shot. The black stickers
Yeah, it's trying to beat
are one
Nigel's
set of
down there,
bowls,
mate.
and the white on the other white will be the Kerry team. So it looks like Kerry might have a couple of bowls in the head there, especially this one here, the yellow and multicoloured bowl.
Just a touch, I think.
The skips are mic'd up so we can hear their comments and their direction, and also with the number 2 suggesting what they should play. But
It's a cracker of a bowl here.
very good bowl coming down there, Dave, and nice toucher.
John. It's going to change it.
It's backhand delivery coming down from the skip. We'll pick up which team he is in shortly. We have a jacket with Team Awamoa, so that's obviously the skip for the Awamoa side, and on our sheet here it's Dylan Edwards.
Skips are just on their way down now. That was actually the last bowl from Kerry, number 2.
Okay, the last bowl from the Kerry
Well done,
team,
buddy.
number 2, would have been John
Yeah,
Young with the set of blue bowls.
Very good, mate.
So it's the turn of the skip, Dylan Edwards,
So, mate.
wearing his black and blue Awamoa jacket. And he has a multicoloured bowl coming down on the forehand. He's given it plenty of chances to come into the kitty. Nice little
A little
slide.
rub.
Very good result there, isn't it, Dave?
Very good result. I don't know about you, but I find it quite hard to watch those bowls coming down when I'm playing the
See,
I do too.
3
The,
colour ones. Can't tell the
they-
speed, don't know where they're going to stop.
They turn your head in a bit. So it's Ray
go there and sit on that
Glagowski
way.
is
sit
the
on that
skip
and just
of
flop
the
on the jack.
far north Kerry side. And they have white markers on their bowls.
And this is the other way they get coloured, around the centre, and then the 2 sides are a different colour.
So he's coming down with his green-yellow bowls with a nice arc.
We'll play down there, just trying to pick that gap.
He's just going to run through.
One down anyway, so if I get the jack back, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Dylan Edwards, the skip of the Awamoa side now. As we said earlier, we believe he's holding shot. They've got a good chance of building to the score. Getting a bit of direction from his number 2 before he lines up his shot.
All of it.
And he's coming on his forehand as we anticipated. Trying to get a slide in towards the kitty, but
Just drawing.
not quite capable of doing that. But it would appear as though the Kerry side do have the shot if they've got the white stickers on. One of these 2 bowls perhaps.
Did I knock yours up? The hammers up? Another second?
Very good
Well,
bowl
good
coming
one.
through here.
Excellent touch.
Just
right
getting a
across
little touch of the kitty, Dave.
Well done, Ray.
And so that The finger goes up, so that must be the Kerry side that have got that shot. We shall soon find out.
Lucky bag.
Update of the kid's score. It's update of the score.
What was that?
So as we move on, just to the right-hand screen with the Cobden Wanganui game, the Wanganui team with Ray Park, very, very experienced skip and singles exponent, and won many, many titles in the Wanganui Centre, both at club and centre. And he's delivered his bowl as a skip. They're ahead 3-1.
4-1.
His team is a experienced team of Alan Dixon at lead, Bernard Anderson at 2, Ray Parker skip, and the whole three of them have won many titles in the Wanganui region. Alan Dixon, as I said earlier, won the New Zealand singles title way back in 2006, but still playing very, very good bowls in the Wanganui region. We haven't had an update of the score for the Awamoa.
Just watching that, it's a different score on the board than what we've got on our screen, so...
Can you tell me what the score on the
well,
board
if the board comes back.
So that last end was won by Kerry, as I correctly identified. They had the white stickers on the blue bowl.
That's correct.
And that was the winning shot. So Awamoa, the small little club in the North Otago region, ahead by 4 points to 1 against Kerry from the far north. Cobden, on the other hand, on the right-hand screen, as you view it, are behind 4 points to 1 Wanganui. But yet again, it's worthy of mention for a small club on the west coast, Cobden, very small population in that region, to have members good enough to get into the national triples championship to come here to Nainai. It shows you that they're very capable bowlers down there in the Cobden region, Dave. And it's a friendly club. It's a tourist destination now. The government has got a shovel-ready project, excuse me, putting in around $90 million to attract jobs into the area. And I'm sure those people will join up with the local Cobden club and ensure that club continues to do well. There's only a population of 1,500 in the town. You can still buy property down there at a very reasonable price, so I was told. And so well done, Cobden, for making it to the National Men's Triples Champion of Champions here in Nainai.
The end this time between Awamoa and Kerry is a lot looser than the last couple have been, if you look.
That's right.
They'll spread around this time.
Sometimes some of the ends are a bit loose. The players lose a bit of focus, and they need to come back on task. And 15 ends, you have a chance to have 1 or 2 loose ends and still be able to do well as a team.
We were talking about it this morning when I was on for the first game of the day and saying about the bowls coming back to the centre line, and if you get under it, they seem to run away quite quickly.
That's us in the running, mate. If you get round here, it's good.
So as you can hear the skip for the Cobden side, giving the directions to his number 2. On our sheet here, it's Ethan Kelleher. Although we'll just check with the colour of his bowl. We are told it's green and yellow, and that bowl is blue, so that would indicate that Hamish Kelleher perhaps is playing at second, and the skip might be Ethan Kelleher. Bernard Anderson for the Wanganui side. He's on the forehand. We're watching the Wanganui Cobden game in the split screen on the right hand side currently as Bernard Anderson's brown and yellow bowl comes into the head. So it's one of the Kelleher family. It's a father and son team. He's delivering his second bowl as number 2 for the team. A little bit short, but they have their black stickers on their bowl, so clearly the Wanganui team, the Bernard Anderson bowl, is currently the shot. So Dave, have you played on this 9-0 rink a few times already?
Yes, we have a winter bowls competition here every Wednesday. And I've
Very
played
enjoyable.
on it for the last 8 weeks and struggled. I haven't got a win on it yet. We've had 2 draws, but no win in the competition to date.
It's about ability, boy.
And as Mr. Beale just said, it's about ability.
And
He knows because I've played a couple of times with him at various things.
tell me about your Silverstream club and how have they been going in the local events?
We're a little club, about 50 members in total in Upper Hutt, but very strong. We were in the top 4 for Premier Inter Club in Wellington for about the last 3 years in both the men and the women. So we punch above our weight. The junior 1 to 5 champion of champions here for the males has been won by our club the last 2 years by the same guy. So we have a pretty strong and up and coming group of youngsters as well. 2 first years this year got through to the semi-final of the Wellington Centre 242 pairs, which was a great effort for the 2 of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're pretty proud of the record.
So if we're correctly with our chart here with the green-yellow bowl, that must be Ethan Kelleher, who has become the skip for the Cobden side because he has green and yellow bowls. And that's beside the name we have Ethan Kelleher, father and son combination. But Bernard Anderson now giving directions to his very experienced skip, Ray Park, as you see him on the mat now, in his very deliberate action, putting down a bowl on the forehand. They currently hold the shot and trying to advance that blue bowl, which was the not exactly what he wanted. His bowls have the white sticker. They look like they may have 2 shots in there at the moment. 2 bowls just to your left of your screen. There's Ethan Kelleher with his green and yellow bowls, comes down with a nice toucher, which is probably going to take that shot away from the Wanganui side. A very good delivery, and yes, I believe it is.
And on the other rink, we've got a good starting bowl as well, just slightly off the jack.
So the Cobden team will pick up the second point as they're about to begin the 4th end. Wanganui ahead 4 points to 2. And as Dave, as you said, good, very first good bowl from Kamo watching on the left hand here. 2 bowls very close to the kitty, which is what you want from your lead, don't you?
You do. If not 2, one shot and 1 behind, so equally as good.
1 shot on and 1 behind is what we've always been taught. So our focus right now is on the bowl on the bowling game on the left hand of the screen, Arawa, Moa and Kiri. Kiri, a small town in the Bay of Islands, about a 7,000 population town, very similar to Greymouth in size. They've got 2 artificial rinks and they've got some superb greens up there. They've got an AstroTurf and a synthetic. And as I said earlier, it's good to see a team from Kiri and indeed Cobden, some of the smaller clubs, Awamoa, coming through and being able to play in this national event. It shows that bowls is alive and kicking and doing well in the small country areas.
What I like about the new format, being club sides as opposed to previously when it was the winners of the Opens, I think this gives it a much better competition, winning club, winning centre, and then coming to New Zealand.
Exactly, Dave, and you know, it's a huge boost for the community of those clubs. I mean, a lot of their community activity is based around the bowling club. You know, when they have you know, a very small population, it's a go-to place, like a rugby club, a bowling club is similar, and it's good to see, as I said, Kerry and Cobden and Arawa
cracker.
getting an opportunity at this level.
White just bowl there. Kerry
So
just
the white
coming
bowl,
through and taking a toucher.
so the Kerry blue bowl, which would be John Young, the second player for the Kerry side.
That out, mate. Around there, nice set.
He has the shot currently as the skip. Dylan Edwards for the Awamoa team has given his number 2 directions. The Awamoa 2 and lead are wearing white shirts. So we can start to pick this up as the game unfolds now.
Second shot. Not heavy.
On the left screen, it looks like at least 2 to Kerry.
It does indeed, Dave. And there's 2 white stickers on those bowls. Clearly, Kerry having 2 bowls. 2 shots close to the kitty, both counting. Closer than anything that the Awamoa side have put up for this end. Dylan Edwards with his yellow, green stripe bowls, trying to come around the wing bowl there to
Quite going to get there.
get a shot close
Might
to
have
the
made
kitty.
3 of that now to the opposition.
We'll have to go down
No,
here,
to him.
mate.
Could be 4.
Yeah. You can still draw. He's about a foot off. Get handy. Give me something to work with.
You're right there, Dave. It looks like there's 4 white stickered bowls, or at least 3 within the count maybe, and the 4th could be a measure.
I find it very difficult to work them out on the screen sometimes because of the angles. And
Come on, Emma. Go on, buddy. Get it right. Get it right. Oh, brilliant, mate. I think we're still there.
And on the right-hand screen, the kitty's just been lost from view because there's a toucher just played by the blue bowl and it's jammed between 2 of them.
Good camera shot there of the skip. Dylan Edwards for the
Playing with a bit of weight.
Awamoa team, and on the other rink, the number 2 for the
Awamoa skip just taken one of those bowls out.
Wanganui team, Bernard Anderson.
Toes counting.
A good opportunity there to see how they prepared for their delivery. If we cross over to the Wanganui Cobden team, you'll see that it's a close call. There's a white sticker and a black sticker close to the ball, to the kitty. So it's probably a measure. I'm not too sure from here who would have the shot. But a black sticker ball would be Cobden, and a white sticker ball would be Wanganui.
Yeah.
It's the turn now of the skips for both Cobden and Wanganui to do their part for the team. With the green and yellow bowls, we believe this is Ethan Kelleher as he comes down on his backhand.
And brother goes down and blocks the view.
Unfortunately, he has blocked the view. We still cannot tell who has the actual shot.
On the run again here. What are we going to get here?
One to Kerry.
Looks
Dylan
like,
Edwards was on the run there trying to knock a few bowls around.
looked like 2 or 3 to Kerry.
So
Goes
as
up on
they
the board.
decide who won that end and get the jack ready, we go back to the Wanganui Cobden team game as
Here comes a beauty. There's the
nice bowl coming down there from Ray Park, showing all of his experience as a good draw bowler, singles champion in the Wanganui Centre many years, club titles all over the place, been playing over 40 years, and
Will it come back?
his son also played Clint Park, and so he's a legend in the Wanganui region, almost at the same status as Peter Pallas. He's been playing bowls and being succeeding in bowls for a long time, and it's good to see him in this competition and playing so well. So Ethan Callagher is the skip for the Cobden side. He's had a good look at the head. It's a very, very good head too on this split screen on the right hand side. He's a study in concentration as he puts forward his bowl. His second. Ray Park being given instructions to just draw, believing, I believe, from Bernard Anderson that they probably have the shot. It was definitely a very good ball from Ray Park on his first delivery. This one looks well pointed as well. Just coming in and resting on his own delivery. Very, very good two bowls there from Ray Park as the skip. Two bowls have been taken out. So that's two bowls to the Wanganui side. They go ahead now 6 points to 2 as they now begin the fifth end. Okay, so Dave, we do have some updates from the previous round, so if you'd like to let the viewers know how things are going in the other rinks.
This is actually the previous round final results.
Okay.
And in the first game, Arawa defeated Martinborough by 14 shots to 9. The Forbury Park team were beaten by Bowles Hastings 11 shots to 9. Ross Ellery's Foxton and Beach team had a 20 points to 4 win over Jim Ballard from Buckland. The Putararu team, skipped by Owen Sutton, scored a 21-13 win over Neil Pritchard from Raumati. Devon Brooks from Waihi Beach defeated Bill Clements from Alexandra by 15 shots to 6. Ricky Cook defeated Tony Hewitt 14-9. That's Elmwood Park versus Upper Hutt. Kamo club from up north, they got heavily defeated by the Gore team, skipped by Sheldon Bagrie-Howley 21-5, and in the final game of the round, the Temuka team defeated the Helensville team by 13 shots to 10. Sorry, 13 shots to 12. So a very close game in that one. Next one's Progress Country.
Radio, back to the action here, and we'll focus on the Awamoa Kerikeri match. Awamoa 4 points ahead of Kerikeri, who currently have 3, and as you can see, it's a white stickered bowl, and a white stickered bowl means that the Kerikeri side currently are holding shot with the blue bowl. They may be having 2.
Maybe 2, yep.
There's a multicoloured bowl in there as well. So Ray Glagoski with his green and yellow bowl, clearly with white stickers. He's the skipper of this team from the Kerikeri club. He's lining up his delivery.
Every time I see him line up, he gives me this impression that he's going to have a drive,
but no, he's not driving this
not driving.
Particular occasion. He's just trying to add to the count, but as Kevin and I talked earlier, that if you miss your line, these fast greens at 9 will punish you, and it will come across the head. And you do have to get your line in the first instance correct and let the bowl weight that you put on it just do the job. Good delivery coming through here to make it very competitive from Dylan Edwards,
Down.
the North Otago Awamoa skip.
It's all right, mate.
Decision time here for Ray Golowski, but he's deciding to go with a forehand delivery. It's been a very competitive game, isn't it? Close game.
Very close.
And you expect that at these type of championship tournaments, wouldn't you?
Yes, they've all earned the right to be here, so you don't expect them to get big scores against each other.
Yeah, we have in some of the games. There have been some big scores, but it just means that perhaps they've taken a while to adjust to the speed of the green, perhaps the team that got beaten. But if you get 2 losses, you're going home early. You have to get some points on the board and try and make those 3 out of 4 victories to go to the next round.
One to Kiri.
So the Kiri blue bowl with the white sticker, that's been determined as the winning shot. So they will pick up that point there, make it a 4-point to each team, 4-point all ball
Hey,
game.
come on, mate, just trying to get yours.
They've had 5 ends.
Pretty close. Still got it, I think.
They're now about to start the 6th end. So we can turn our attention now to the Cobden-Wanganui game. They're also on the 6th end. Remember, 2 hours is the time limit. 15 ends.
Keep something.
1 hour 18 to go on the clock out there.
Oh, and that. Brilliant, mate. That's good.
Good delivery from the Cobden. Looks like we'll count the number of bowls in a minute to
Number
decide
2, I
whether
think.
that was the skip or the 2.
Was it red, maybe?
Looks like it might have been the skip. Ray Park and Bernard Anderson having a discussion.
Yeah.
So it's the turn of the skips.
Yeah, try it up. Yeah, try something.
Yes, there are 3 bowls up there at the mat, so that must have been a skips bowl that came down.
Easy shot.
Would have been,
That hand next, you played open hand. Not adding value.
no, beg your pardon, it would have been number 2 because there's 2 bowls for each of the skips to play. Ray Park's bowl just sliding across the head, just not quite getting the line that time.
Got excited.
And
That was
Ethan
breaking
Kelleher,
early as well.
Ethan Kelleher also just getting an early break on that, and look where it run across. Probably gone out of bounds, Dave.
Could be.
Ray Park on the backhand now. Seems to be a better way to deliver if he can come underneath the...
Find that little hole.
And he has. Nice little rest on that bowl in the front. The pink bowl, purple bowl.
Just trying to turn yours over one roll, really, eh?
You hear the call there, just trying to turn
Got nothing in the back though, right?
his own bowl over, perhaps a roll. Very good delivery action from Ethan Kelleher as the skip in the Cobden club, but he's not going to get what he wanted. Just cut across the head. He played with a little bit of weight, trying to actually get those bowls out of the head. I think they're going to measure here, Dave. They're not going to concede. There's this bowl here on the left also that could well be considered. So they're measuring the opposition
Unusual
bowl
to see
first.
the lead actually doing the measure.
Yes, it is unusual. So they're marching around the head now. That was closer than 2 or 3 feet, or 2 or 3 metres. Out wide.
Kerry Lee's starting to get very consistent with his play at the moment. He's never far away the last few hits.
And that's good to see too, as we talked about earlier. Those lead players are so important in a game of triples.
Mm-hmm.
Nice bowl there from the Cobden number 2. So do they have barefoot bowls in the Nine Bowling Club? Do you have opportunities for people to come and play, business house and
a lot of corporates can hire it out at cost during the week and at night.
And the Nine Club, obviously, you've got some poker machines out there, and you've got a TAB, and obviously people in the community come here as a community club and have a beer and
there's 2
play a
RSAs
game of
based
pool
in here as well.
Yeah. It's all about the community, isn't it, bowls, most bowls clubs within the community or suburb attract members and try to get a lot of community events there to help with their funding that they might be able to source to keep their club running, and they need to have community involvement.
It's interesting, as I said earlier, we've been playing here on Wednesdays for about the last 6 or 7 weeks, and there's a big crowd here every Wednesday lunchtime, non-bowlers, 30 or 40 of them all sitting down that far end having a meal, so it's certainly a well-used facility.
Cobden side there on the right-hand side of the rink, as you can see, the 2 black stickered bowls, 2 blue bowls and the purple bowl, they're all from the Cobden Club, so they've got a good opportunity now to add to this count, but they're up against a very experienced skipper in Ray Park, and I'm sure he'll be doing everything he can to get something close or just move those bowls out. As he's coming down on the forehand with a bit of weight. Not quite getting the right line though.
This time.
It's pretty much a judgment thing, isn't it, when you have a fast rink to judge the line and the weight to pop those bowls out.
Never quite sure how quick it's going to turn on here when you put a bit of weight on.
That's exactly right. Because it's playing like an outside rink, isn't it, in the middle of summer? Which is what you want too. Very similar to the outside rinks.
I like yours. Looking at it, I like yours.
Ethan pulled up a bit short that time, might have missed the opportunity to add a bonus.
This looks a far better.
Again. This one looks a bit closer.
Far better line and weight here. Pop it through. And he has correctly moved the kitty as he was after, probably over to Bernard Anderson, his number 2.
Yep.
The brown and yellow bowl. So he got the result he was after. Cobden had 3 on the head. Ray Park, his second delivery. Split the kitty. Kitty moved across to currently the shot bowl of Bernard Anderson. Well done, Ray Park.
Is he round it?
He's trying to, but he's
under, but I think it'll run away too far to
It's
count.
going to run away.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's jack level by the look of it.
From this angle, it's hard to tell which would be the shot bowl, but you're right, Dave, it is jack even, but they've made the decision.
Yep.
We'll soon find out.
I'd say by the reaction of the Cobden boys, it might go the other way. No, it didn't. It went to Cobden.
That should take the Cobden team up to 3. Wongo ahead 9 points to 3.
Cobden needs to string a little run together shortly to keep themselves in that game.
So let's turn our attention back now to the Awamoa Kerry game.
Oh, nice little rubbing off the wide one.
played 8.
It's a 6-all ball game at the moment. They're on the 9th end. This is the 9th end of this match. And it looks like it could be... Is it a white stickered bowl? Or is it black stickered bowl that's currently
I
holding
think the
shot?
Kerry lead was just indicating they're one down.
Yeah, it's okay.
Dylan Edwards trying to put his final bowl as close as he can. There's definitely one there to... Looks like it's the white team, so that would be the Kerry side.
Yep.
As you correctly identified, Dave.
See the skip waving to that bowl after he played it to get it up. I've never seen a bowl change lines when it's been waved at or talked to. I'd be very interested whenever there's a set comes out like that, I could use them.
You're so right. No matter how much you talk to a ball, once it's left your hand, it's going to stay on its trajectory no matter what you say to it.
Absolutely.
And yet quite often people will run up and try to, you know, give it a bit of encouragement and try and get it close to the kitty, but it really, really does. Once it's set its course, that's it.
It's up.
So let's go back to the Wanganui-Cobden match. We're now on the 9th end. Alan Dixon with his red bowl and Nigel Kelleher with his purple bowl. They're probably a measure to decide who currently holds the shot. And favouring the purple bowl just slightly. That was a bowl from Hamish Kelleher, the light blue bowl.
So we can see 3 separate colours there, but I don't know where the other 2 bowls are. They must be a fair way away because they're nowhere to be seen on screen.
Bernard Anderson lining up his first shot. Playing number 2 for the Ray Park skippered team from Wanganui. Seems to be on a pretty good trajectory here, Dave, if it comes underneath and gets a piece of that purple bowl, but
Yeah, stay there, mate. You get rounds good.
it's actually promoted it, so there's plenty of drawing opportunities to get around and behind that bowl and just tuck it in behind the kitty. Especially if you give it enough width. It's a very good drawing green here at 9-0.
It's one of the big changes between the old carpet and the new. When the old carpet was down, you had one wide side and one narrow side, right across the whole green.
Well, it seems pretty common these days to for clubs, especially clubs that are, you know, struggling to maintain their, you know, greens, or they're expensive to maintain with fertiliser and maintenance and, you know, having to pay people to maintain the greens. They look towards maybe putting 1 or 2, or 1 especially, an indoor rink, don't they?
Mm.
And quite a few now, you know, some clubs looking to do that.
Still need to be maintained. I was talking down here the other day about how often they vacuumed it. And it takes someone that did it the other day 4 hours to vacuum the whole carpet.
Really, 4 hours?
Because there's still a bit of fluff coming off it as you would get in your house off the carpet. Being 40 metres square, there's a lot of carpet to vacuum.
So it's Ethan Keller, who I believe with these green and yellow poles, who's the skip of the Cobden team. Remember I said the Cobden team was from the West Coast, a very small club. And some young members here in this triples team here. They're only down 9 points to 3 on the scoreboard against a very good Wanganui side, so they're doing very well for their small province. The Grey River District. They have members in the Cobden Club that do play pennants. You know, top line bowlers within the Greymouth region. Very friendly club, as I said earlier. And the government looking to throw some money in there to shovel-ready projects to try and attract some employment down there, and no doubt that will attract people to look for some recreation, and maybe the Cobden Club will benefit by attracting some more members.
Both little centres down the west coast in Bulla, but fiercely independent. Many moons ago when I was working for Bowls New Zealand, I was told by my then CEO to go down and try and get them to amalgamate. I went to the Bulla meeting, I got introduced, and before I was allowed to speak, the chairman said to me, and don't even bother to try and get us to amalgamate.
I think those attitudes are probably, you know, changing a bit as the newer generations come through, but, you know, some clubs just have to bite the bullet and amalgamate if they are struggling to gain members. And I know we've got one or two clubs up in the New Plymouth district as well that, you know, they have amalgamated in the past, and one or two are thinking even now, because they have, you know, facilities that are expensive to run and maintain, and you have to have members prepared to do the work, or you have to pay them. And, you know, a club sub is hardly enough to keep things running. They have to get other ways of funding, don't they? I think it's a challenge a lot of bowling clubs around the country face. You know, finding the funding to expand, to pay for their greenkeepers and keep things ticking over. But they do a wonderful job, and they serve the communities that they operate in a wonderful service. It's a great game for all ages, isn't it, Dave?
It very much is, yep.
You know, it's not a game that is just dominated by people once they retire. You can play this game at any age, and that's the challenge of the sport. And it keeps us motivated to keep playing.
Well, one of the interesting stories I can tell you about Silverstream is we run a first-year singles for all the clubs in Wellington. They can send as many as they like, and we ballot them out once we've filled the 2 greens. And we've been running that for in excess of 30 years. And there was a young fellow by the name of Seamus Curtin, won it at age 10. And you know where Seamus is nowadays.
Exactly, I do. I know he went to, I can't think of the school, but I know there was a school that I think himself and
Ayatea College.
Ayatea College in Finbar McGuigan both went to the same school. And they've both come through the ranks and doing very well. And as you said, they started at a young age.
And Rachel, Seamus's mum, was their coach.
Oh, very good. Well, you know, if you start a sport young and you spend some time at it, you're obviously going to do well, because it's a pretty straightforward sport, isn't it? I mean, there's not a lot of parts that can go wrong. It is difficult being consistent from, you know, game to game and end to end, but the mere action of stepping forward and bowling is not as difficult as golf or some other more complicated sports where moving parts need to be 100% correct to get the right shot.
And when you've been playing a few years, you wonder why you start to go off, and then you get filmed and you find you've got some little errors have crept into your game over the years. You've got some bad, lazy habits. I
know, so even though it seems a simple game, it's so easy to get into bad habits and therefore affect your delivery and your performance.
Yep.
It seems simple, but those guys who start off playing bowls soon realise after a few games you might win a few, or you might throw a few bowls up, but you know, when you get into tournaments, it's a whole different ball game, and it's a difficult challenge and a constant challenge, and that's why we love the game.
Yeah, it's always interesting when we get new members who are, you know, sort of getting up to retirement age or around. Quite frequently you hear the comment, I don't know why I didn't take this up when I was younger.
Yeah, so true. But there is a time commitment to become a good bowler, as you know, and obviously family and other sporting interests that their sons and daughters might be involved in, and they follow them or they take up master of sport themselves. And sometimes people come and join this game at a later stage in their life, but you are right. The earlier you start any sport, the greater your chances are of doing well and continuing to do well.
And that's where it's important that the clubs offer the short format games as well. Like many clubs around here play business house or community bowls, 6 or 8 week programs, 2 hours a night, and that's enough for a lot of players.
I agree.
They still become involved in the club, like our club will put on some events on the weekends, which all those limited members are allowed to play in. So we keep them involved. And it certainly helps the club bar and other things like that as well. So
you made a very important point that, like every sport, they have to change and adapt with some of the formats they play to keep the younger people interested and involved in the game. And championships, obviously, you have to have the formats we have, and it caters for everybody.
Yep, and there's still the diehards like me and a number of others that still want to play the traditional game. So you've got
and long may it continue too, because we have a tournament up in Taranaki, the Taranaki Open. I'm not sure if you've ever been there, but if you've been there, it's 25 ends, and there's 2 games a day, 4 days of 25 end bowls, and it's loved by so many people. You get great entries and traditional bowls, 25 ends, 4-man, a fours tournament.
Yep, I was even there this year in January. And unfortunately we lost 3 games. First one to Morris Symes by 4. The last one on Wednesday by 1 to a team that had just gone out and couldn't qualify, so they changed their team around and beat us by 1. And on the Thursday afternoon we needed to win our 8th game, and another team turned their team around and their lead skipped and they beat us by 1. So, but I really enjoy that tournament. I've been
it's a great tournament, isn't it? And it continues to attract people who just love the camaraderie and obviously the format of 25 ends, because anything that's happening could happen in 25 ends. It's not over till you get to that 25th end on many occasions, so it keeps you on task, and it's a good week.
And the other thing about it is the centre just doesn't put up with any greens that aren't up to standard. They pick the best greens to go, and if that changes between the time the book's published and the games start, they will change it.
Yes, indeed, and Taranaki is renowned for having good greens, as you know, and the national championships have been there a couple of times, 2013, and the last time was due to be held was last year. It got cancelled, or the year before that.
Yep.
And they're due to have it again in 2024, I believe, the fours up in the Taranaki region. That's the national championships.
Yeah, the Taranaki clubs weren't keen to take the nationals to start with, were they, because of the Open being pretty close, but the dates have changed slightly now and the format's changed for the nationals, so it's not so bad. They're not all around Christmas and early January.
Anyway, Dave, you have some more scores from some of the games that have been played.
Got another score update here, yes.
Currently on the, this is the last game of this Friday men's triples competition, champion of champions. So what's the update looking like?
Okay, in the first game we have Paratutu leading Tolaga Bay 10-6 after 10 ends. So Paratutu just sneaked away since our last update. In the Patararu Gore game, Gore lead 9-5 after 9 ends. In the Helensville Raumati game, Raumati lead 13-10 after 10, and that's a difference of 3, whereas after 5 they're 8 ahead, so Helensville are on the comeback there. In the Waihi Beach Bucklands game, it's 13-6 after 9 ends to Waihi Beach. In the Elmwood Kamo game, it's 17-5 after 11 to Elmwood Park. And in the last game, Temuka lead Alexandra by 7-4 after 9 ends.
Thank you, Dave. So back to the action here. We'll go to the Cobden Wanganui game. Wanganui ahead by 11 points to 3, but you've just seen that multicoloured green and yellow bowl of Ethan Kelleher come through and take a piece of the kitty, but unfortunately for him, it's made it closer to the Bernard Anderson bowl from the Wanganui side. So it now opens the door for Ray Park to try and add to the count.
2.5
Sometimes
metres.
you do a good bowl, Dave, and you don't get the result you'd like.
Yep. It's a matter of little margins. You get a touch on the kitty, but it can go totally the wrong way if you don't get it full on.
Exactly right. If you don't get it square, it's a game of small margins. You are so right. And it looks like at the moment the Wanganui side have 2 clear shots. The kitty has moved off centre, as you can see, just in the right-hand area of the screen. So Ethan Kelleher with his final delivery of this end. This is the 10th end. There we go, we can see that better now. Clearly 2 shots to the Wanganui side.
And on the other rink, Kerry just got 1 to go behind by 2.97.
And Cobden trailed the kitty on that bowl. Is it enough though? They're clapping their hands. Looks like it could well be. Trailed the kitty and stuck close to it, so Cobden get that. They go out to a 4. They've got 4 points now. Wanganui still in the head. Wanganui still ahead by 11 points to 4. So let's move back now as the first bowl comes down for the 12th end of the Arawa Moa and Kerry game. And so that would be a red bowl coming down, which would have to be Max Hamilton as the lead for the Kerry side.
It's a multicoloured bowl, we can only see the red.
With the white sticker.
And here comes the blue bowl with the black sticker.
Very good.
Max Hamilton's second delivery just over the head.
As we said earlier, if you don't get 2 on the head, 1 on and 1 over is a really good combination, and that's exactly what he's done.
You stay there.
Adam actually now trying to get one of his 2 bowls close. His first one was not, but he won't be too happy or too concerned about having a bowl over the head. Most skips are quite happy to see a bowl over the head. That would be John Young, his first delivery. It was number 2 for the Kerry bowl with the white sticker.
Yep. Good weight, but just undergreened.
Peter Bell coming down
Either way, mate. You're just
with
trying to get close.
his second bowl.
About that far off. Set it down, it's good.
Just not quite getting the right weight there. Yet again, bowls over the head. Most skips are pleased to see that, no matter if they hold shot, because the kitty can be moved with a very accurate running shot from the skip, if need be. This one sits up nicely. That's at least 2 or maybe 3 there, Dave.
Yep.
Of the white stickered bowls close to the kitty or within the triangle there.
Yeah, well, Kerry game, we've got 3 ends after this, and the other game we've got 4 ends after this one. And we've got 40 minutes to go, so they should both get through comfortably.
Kerry clearly holding what I believe are 4 shots at the moment, Dave.
It certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
This could be their chance to get a bit of a march on the team and force them to be in catch-up mode if they can hold these 4.
Down, mate. Same ball. Chip that out.
But you can bet your bottom dollar that the skip of the Alamo skip will be seeing things differently and and trying to ensure they don't get a multiple. Right, it's the turn of Ray Glagoski. On his backhand.
Giving it plenty of green to keep it on the centre, bring it back to the centre line.
I think he's trying to get a position ball in behind.
Yep.
He's figured out that if the kitty moves, it'll probably spring out to the right. Maybe.
Yeah,
And he's
looks
trying
like
to
it'll be
cover
in the
that.
count as well, so.
Yeah, it could be a counting bowl. So it's served two purposes, a counting bowl potentially, and a position bowl.
Try and sit it down.
Rightio, Dylan Edwards.
A bit of pressure on this bowl because this could be a big turnaround end if he doesn't manage to alter this.
Certainly is a big bowl. And if you're tasked with the skipping position,
As they say, they get paid the big bucks.
they
so
get paid the big bucks, but he hasn't tried to run this off as such. He's just tried to bring it up to the kitty, try and cut the count down.
a little bit surprised he was short with that.
Well, that's almost a criminal sin, isn't it? For skips to be short. No one likes to be short, and especially not the skip, especially when you're down on the head.
Play to that, it'll count.
You heard the call there. If he plays to the green and yellow ball, it will count.
Yep.
Which indicates it's ahead of this.
One at the back on
one at the back.
7 o'clock.
So that's all he's doing. He's not trying to get it close to the kitty. He's just trying to get it close to his own bowl. If he cuts in now and gets inside that, could be a counting bowl. He's knocked it forward a bit.
I don't know if I can get that clean.
Decision time for Dylan Edwards now.
What do you like?
It's on his way. Is it going to turn quick enough to get inside these white balls?
Oh, there's a window there of an opportunity coming through that portal there. Can he get it through?
Certainly a great save. Yes, off goes the hat.
There was a save and a very good one at that. There's probably just
one now, I would think, looking at that.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe more, but one, I would think.
Take these two out.
Two out are being taken out.
To say it's deceptive, those angles.
One to raise, 12-4.
Two it was.
Two is the call.
It's probably 6 down before it, so a good save.
It certainly was a good save, and
I'll cut a few out.
you need to cut them out rather than just running hard at the shots on a very fast indoor rink. It always comes down to just drawing and a little bit of extra weight to try and poke a bowl out, but not too much so that you lose your bowl.
Bit of percentage play, wasn't it? If he'd had a
Percentage
run, he
play,
could have
yes,
gone through
indeed.
without touching anything and left himself down a pile.
So that's made it now a 9-all ball game. They're currently playing the 13th end. There's only just 15 ends in this Champion of Championship triples game. Each player has 2 bowls. That's all they have to try to do their part for their team, and they have 2 hours to do it per game. 3 games out of 4 to qualify, and they'll be playing tomorrow, as the women will as well. And when it comes to Sunday, there'll be the finals, and there's still plenty of bowls for these teams to play, unless, of course, they have lost their first 2 games, and then they will not be able to qualify. So it's all over if you've lost 2 games. If you've still, after these first 3 games of today,
Or you come in as a spoiler and beat the people that need it.
you'd have to have 2 wins out of 3 at the end of today to continue tomorrow.
Yep. Well, you'll continue tomorrow, but you can't qualify.
Sorry, you can't qualify. You've got to continue tomorrow. Beg your pardon. They've got to play out the days.
Yes, with this game finishing in another half hour, and the team from Bowls, New Zealand, were here by 7:30 this morning, or 7 o'clock this morning to set up. It makes a long day for them.
Oh, there's plenty of setting up for a tournament such as this, and was talking to Steve Bell earlier and other administrators within the Bowls New Zealand setup. There's a lot of work that goes into putting together a competition like this, and a lot of supporters who need to be thanked, or volunteers who have given their time freely to make it happen. So we thank you all to allow us to give you this live stream coverage of the Bowls New Zealand Championship men's and women's triples being played here at the 9i Club. So thank you to you all. Without your support, it'd be very difficult to run an event such like this. So it's clearly the white stickered bowl from the Kerikeri Club at the moment, holding shot, possibly two. This looks a pretty good delivery though, Dave. It's going to tail the
bowl in it. Nice little touch. Probably dragged it for two. Definitely dragged it for two. I don't think I can get that wrong on the angles.
No, I think you're correct there. There's definitely two there. Two there for the Awamoa team.
And I think Cobden have got a big hill to climb very quickly on the other rink.
They certainly have. They're certainly behind on the scoreboard by a differential of 9. They're playing the 12th end. There's only, well, this end.
3 to go after
plus
this
3 after this end to go. And, for the team that's got that differential lead, all they have to do is play sensible and the ends will run out.
Yep, well, even if Cobden get 4 twos, they don't catch them.
Yep. And that's what happens when you get to that point in the game. You just play sensible and restrict them to 1, maybe 2 max. If you can't get the shot yourself. Bit of a run shot coming through here from the Cobden player. You're down on the head by possibly just 2, but they are chasing the game now, Dave, and obviously they need to try and get a multiple, don't they?
They do. They need to get a multiple, and they probably can't afford to lose another head.
No, they cannot. The maths will quickly be decided upon. Can they get there, and is it likely that they can get there as well? Not just can they, but is it likely? And often a team will concede if they feel they cannot get anywhere near that chance. Good ball here coming through. Nice little trail of the kitty. Has taken it away from the... beg your pardon. That was Ray Park, I believe. Excellent shot. He's made it 2 for his team. So a run is coming through now.
It's desperation time.
Desperation time, correct. When you're playing against a competent team in Ray Park, Bernard Anderson and Alan Dixon. They've all played very well getting bowls around the kitty. Frustration can set in and you're forced to drive.
I think at this stage the TAB will be paying about $1.01 on Ray Park's team.
Ray Park is always a study in concentration as he delivers his bowl. Very good weight and line and
nothing to change.
Concentration throughout all of his deliveries. Nice back bowl there. Exactly what Bernard Anderson wished of him.
Another drive coming. Ooh.
He's got to hope for a bit of luck, and he has got some luck there. I think he might have killed the end. Where did that kitty end up, Dave?
I'm not sure. It disappeared off the screen and I haven't seen it since, but Alan's got the mat, so it may well have killed. Yep, he just got it from over by the...
So that was a kill. That was probably his only option too, really, to start again. Did that very well. It was his second delivery. Split the bowls and kitty in the ditch, out of bounds. So they replay the end. So while they get ready to do that, let's focus our attention back on the Awamoa Kerikeri game. This is the 13th
Two or
end.
three shots here. The black discs.
The black discs, yes, as you correctly identified, Awamoa.
Definitely two that were there early on we talked about.
And nothing has changed, so there's two shots clearly with the
Oh, that's another black disc coming
Awamoa
up.
team. So if they bumped up a... What do you think has happened there?
I think
Dave?
it's at least three black discs, so 3 to Awamoa, I believe.
Well, that's a good result for them at this stage of the game, getting a multiple of 3. And yes, you'll see on the score, it's 12 points to 9 to the Awamoa side.
Skip's got a big smile on his face
that's
anyhow
good.
when he comes down.
Great start.
Remember, this is a very small club out of the North Otago region. So they'll be pleased with that result. They're 12-9 ahead. They're playing just 2 ends to go. This is the 14th end they're about to play. I'm not sure how many games Awamoa have
I'm just trying to find that
Played.
out for us.
up to this point. Whether they have had a loss or
Yeah, just
a
around
previous win. Most teams will have had 2 games, I believe, on the first day. David?
A number of them have had 2, some might have had 3 by the end of this one. I'm just looking for Awamoa. And they've played 1 for 1 win by the look of it, so they're on 2 points. And this is their second game now. So if they take this, they'll be very handily placed with 2 out of 2. Surprisingly enough, looking at this, I think Wanganui's only played 1 and they lost that.
Okay, so it's a must-win for Wanganui, and they're making every post a winner at this stage. 13 points to 4 ahead of Cobden. Bernard Anderson is number 2 in the Wanganui side. It's a measure. It could well be a measure for the shot currently there. Alan Dixon with his red bowl, as opposed to the purple bowl of Nigel Callagher.
And Cobden's in the same boat. They played 1 and lost it as well, so one of them's out after this game.
A narrow line coming down here from the Bernard Anderson, his second bowl. Ray Park gets on his haunches watching this one closely as it comes in to the head, and it's going to be an excellent bowl, just resting off the shot bowl of the moment with the purple bowl of Nigel Callagher
You can draw that jack
to
down
regain
there, mate.
the shot. He was all concentration as he set up for that delivery, and he got an excellent result.
Quick.
It was Hamish Callagher's second bowl, the blue bowl with the black stickers. But I think you'll find with the Wanganui Cobden game, it's the
Underneath the head, John.
brown, yellow, mostly brown bowl, or yellowish, and or sort of green and brown.
Some of the colours
Of
take
the,
a lot of explaining, don't they?
They certainly do, but I think that might be the shot. It's a very, very good bowl from Bernard Anderson. Keeping the pressure on. Wanganui ahead 12 points to 4. Ray Park now probably looking to put a position ball, I imagine. They don't need to chase the game. They'll run out of ends and just keep their nose ahead. No more than 1 or 2 per end will do the job for them. They don't have to rush anything.
Still there or nah?
Whatever confident on.
What about looking through there somewhere?
They might have a little look here with a bit of speed through the middle. That seemed to be the call.
Winding under.
And as you can see, it didn't quite get the break point. The speed was right, but she just swung away pretty soon after it delivered out of his hand. So Bernard Anderson, as number 2, has correctly asked his skip Ray Park to let's try and get a position blow in around the, just over the head. Anticipating where the kitty might go to if it is indeed, if the shot bowl is dislodged. If talking about trying to get it clean, that means a run shot. Knock it out of the head and see what happens. There are plenty of white stickered bowls around the head, which is good for them. And they just maybe have to hope for a bit of luck, perhaps. They do have the purple bowl in behind the shot bowl, but they don't want to take that out as well.
The miss here could see shake hands time, even though it'll be mathematically possible. Oops, he's close.
That's pretty good. He's going to pop it.
Two whites.
Unfortunately, though, those 2 bowls up front.
Great shot.
It was a good bowl shot, but
2 metres.
4.
did you hear 4? It can't be 4.
Two.
Two shots to the Wanganui side. It keeps their nose in front. They're 14 points to 4 ahead.
I did hear the 4, but I'm sure they said 2.
Well, time will tell, but I believe it's only 2. We saw a black disc bowl somewhere within that grouping.
It's 2 more to Arawa, so they...
Arawa march on with another 2 shots, Dave. 13 points to 9. Arawa.
Yep.
And they've just played the 14th end.
Yeah, so we're into the last one, and I think they're Kerry are going to be 4 behind playing the last.
Yeah, right. Tickle her. Don't tempt me.
13th end of 15 for the Wanganui-Cobden match.
And the hill's getting bigger. They're 12 behind now.
It certainly is. It's a, I think it's a road too far for this particular game. And as you said earlier, if Cobden had lost their first game, they're unable to qualify. So they'll have 2 losses at the end of first day of play here. But you are right, the Awamoa side is now 13 points to 9. They're on the final end. There's 4 points adrift of Kerry. Kerry need 4 to draw and then make it a sudden death, play another end. Ray Park, on the other hand, over here on the Cobden-Wanganui game, he's just got 1 short of the kitty and 1 just over and a little bit to the left. But they have the benefit of 2 more ends to play.
If Cobden don't score on this one, it's mathematically impossible for them, so...
It will be shake hand time, I agree, if they don't get some points on this, the penultimate end. Getting back to the Awamoa Kerry game.
Yeah, Awamoa's just put one on the
Moving
jack,
the
making
jack.
it very difficult
What
for
about-
Kerry to get 4.
It's last in, isn't it?
They
Last
know,
in.
it's the last end and they're chasing the game, so he's asking if he can have a run,
Drive here.
have a drive and try and kill the end and start all over.
Nope.
How do you see this, Dave? Tracking towards the kitty. The right weight for that shot to pop it out, but just couldn't quite get the accuracy.
Now what's the Kerry skip going to call? Try and tip the bowl out, or no, not heavily weighted, so he must be just trying to tip the bowl out. And he's under the green now, they're in a bit of trouble.
They certainly are. This was the end. They needed to have bowls close to the kitty, and unfortunately their lead bowlers haven't been able to do so.
I think it might be kill time now, or shake hands, one of the two.
Well, it is the final end. They'll probably play out the end.
Yep.
But it's the...
He's signalling go it now, I'm sure.
ball's on its way, but it's not going to... Underneath and running deep. So it's the turn of the skips now to get their last 2 bowls of this match. And the last match for the day for these 2 teams. As we move over to the Cobden Wanganui fixture, 16 points to 4. This is the 13th end. And from here it looks like the Cobden bowl with the black sticker is clearly the shot. Ray Park now has different ideas. He's just got a touch on the kitty. Is it enough to give him the shot? Got a small slide.
Shame we can't tap this chap on the shoulder from here so we can see the head on. Here he goes, lining up a drive.
He's lining up a drive, the Kerry man. It's getting close.
Just going to go under, I think. No? Yep.
Whoa. Paper thin there. Just missed the kitty. Does he have any more bullets, Dave, or has he had his 2 shots?
No, I think he's got one to come.
One
He's
to
got it
come.
in his hand.
Oh, look at that ball from Ray
Another
Park.
toucher from Ray Park.
Another toucher from Ray Park. It's probably, it may have given the shot away to the blue ball with the black stickers, but it was an excellent delivery. Trying to pick up 3 for his team. A nice little trail. So it looks like
By the look of
Ray
that,
Glogoski
Dylan
is
Edwards
going to
might
have
left
another
that in the driving line by the
another run.
shot.
Didn't miss by much on his first bowl, but I can't say the same with his second. And yes, they are shaking hands. So in the game we have on the left-hand screen, the 15th end has been completed, and the Awamoa side have come out a winner here at 13 points to 9 over the Kerry side. They'll be pleased with that result. What's your summation of that game, Dave?
Yeah, an interesting game. They both went in patches, didn't they? Kerry had a number of good ends in the middle stages and went ahead. Then Awamoa came fighting back. We might be seeing the last bowl on the other game right here now too.
He certainly got one out, but that'll do,
Shake
mate. You
hands
hear the
time.
call. So in the game on the right hand of this rink, or now it's the full screen, we have the Wanganui team clearly ahead. It was 16-4, and I believe they probably got the last shot as well, so or two. Score doesn't really matter though. They have won this game, and they've completed the opportunity for them to continue in this tournament, because I think they've got 1 win and 1 loss. Is that correct?
That's what I believe. When we look
And
at
the
that
Cobden
chart,
team, unfortunately, from the small town on the west coast, have had 2 losses, so they are no longer able to qualify. So we just now completed the first day of the national
you can give us new stickers in the file.
national champion of champion men's triples event here at the Nainai Stadium at Lower Hutt in Wellington, and we'll be back again tomorrow and Sunday for further bowls action, both the men's and the women's in the triple events. There'll be a full day's program on Saturday. You can see it on the screen there, starting at 8 o'clock, 10:20 there'll be a game, 12:40 p.m, 3 p.m, 5:20 p.m, and into the evening like we've just done now on the Friday, probably 7:20 and 9:20. So a full day's action of bowls tomorrow, men's and women, and then of course on the Sunday they'll be into the finals of this, the Somerset Retirement Village National Champion of Champion men's and women's triples, here being played at the Nainai Indoor Stadium in Lower Hutt, Wellington. Signing off now. Thank you for your contribution and words of wisdom throughout the evening's game today, Dave.
pleasure. Glad to do it.
Signing.